Ah, there we go. It says I'm offline, but I have excellent stream quality. So, one of these things is true. All right, I sort of feel like I need to hold back and let people file in for the story. But hello, username intensifies. Well, there you go. Somebody's filed in for the story. So, all right. I'm actually a little curious about the. I'm assuming that this is data for the editor. Actually, I'm just gonna take a quick peek at this. I don't think you guys are gonna be able to see it, but. Interesting. This is a very well maintained little wiki they have for this. I have a feeling that I'm going to be having some fun inside of this thing. I know you guys can't see what I'm looking at right now, but I had some ideas. All right. So the game that we just finished, Hong Kong, a stable and prosperous port of call in a sea of chaos, warfare, and political turmoil. The Hong Kong Free Enterprise Zone is a land of contradictions. It's one of the 6 world's most successful centers of business, and also one of the most dangerous sprawl sites. A land of bright lights, gleaming towers, and restless spirits, where life is cheap and everything is for sale. And Shadows of Hong Kong requires an import of a final save game from the main campaign. Set in the weeks following the events. Hello, Chaotic Tabris. Thank you very much for the host. Set in the weeks following the events of the main campaign, Shadows of Hong Kong will give you and your team the opportunity to turn the tables on the corporate police force that once hunted you. Through layers of corporate greed and urban strife, you will contend with dangerous enemies, uncover a deadly conspiracy, and cement your reputation as a prime runner, assuming that you survive, of course. It's all good, Chaotic Tabris. Oh, this is neat. So it actually tells us our decisions here. So I suppose this is as good of an introduction to how I played Shadowrun, Shadowrun Hong Kong. Of course, I suppose this goes without saying with a stream called Epilogue. If you haven't played the base game, there might be some spoilers. I'm assuming you probably don't go and watch a game to not have it spoiled, though, so. We accompanied Isabel to DECCON 2056. We defeated Shenya, although Raymond sacrificed himself to banish her permanently. We recovered Ractor's drone self-repair technology, and he implemented it into Kashai. We've spoken with Ractor at length and earned his trust. We've invited Ractor to join the team of Shadowrunners, prevented Gaiku's death at the hands of the Wampoan elders, and invited him to join my team. I helped Gobbet defeat the Rat King, saved Cadmus and the others who retook the ship, and chose to aid Gaiku in his fight against his old team, but did not let him turn Ishida into a ghoul. I feel like there should be another thing for Isabel, but anyways, we will select this save. Rude Awakening. Something is wrong. The last that you remember, it was the night of the Kowloon City, Kowloon City riots. You and your team were running an errand for Kindly Cheng, recovering an object before the inevitable police response turned the city upside down. Everything was going well. You had the item in hand, and then nothing. The world went black. A sudden explosion of pain behind your eyes jolts you back to the present. A nightmarish succession of dream images flicker through your consciousness like a strobe light. A man with pockmarked face, slim fingers playing over the surface of your brain, leaving you a slug's trail of agony in their wake. A second figure whose face you couldn't see, digging with relish through the scraps of memory that your tormentor left behind. It was a rough night, and now, as your eyes snap open and adjust to the light, you find yourself in a reality that is a little more comforting. Thank you very much for the auto host, Alex. Hey, T. Clark. A single bulb hangs from a corrugated steel roof. The dim light that it casts is barely enough for you to illuminate the table in front of you. Your head throbs in time with your heartbeat, and each pulse gives rise to a low, grinding, stomach-churning discomfort. Heavy weights on your wrists tell you that you've been handcuffed. Try to clear your head. You squeeze your eyes shut and count to 10. The pain in your head slowly dissipates, and your vision gradually swims back into focus. There's a rag on your lap, an old dishcloth matted with congealed blood. The dull ache that radiates from the bridge of your nose and up into your sinuses tells you where it came from. Examine your surroundings. The room is dark, far too dark for you to make out its dimensions. All that you see with any clarity are your own lap and the table in front of you. Try to focus. Squinting, you try to focus on the hazy objects in the distance. A searing jolt of pain is your reward. With the pain comes a dream image, branded into your memory with crystal clarity. The first of your tormentors, the man with the pockmarked face. For a few torturous seconds, the image swims through your head, wriggling like an eel. Then, as suddenly as it came, the pain dissipates, fading away until it's swallowed by the relentless ache that throbs between your temples. In the distance, you can hear the pop hiss of a pneumatic door unlatching and sliding open. An enormous figure steps into the room, and the door slides shut behind him. You just barely make out the silhouette of the troll standing across the table from you. Your other senses work to fill in the blanks. He's got a heavy build. The floor creaks every time he shifts his weight. The rustle of fabric over hard, sharp keratin tells you that he has prominent dermal deposits. He's also wearing way too much cologne. From the chest up, the darkness swallows him. You can't see his face. The room remains silent as he busies himself, arranging objects on a table in front of him. A notepad, a mug of soy calf, an old ballpoint pen, an audio recorder. Finally, he looks up from the objects and focuses on you. "Good morning, Mr. Lee." The words roll in his throat like rocks in a tumbler. "How are you feeling today? Did you sleep well?" Aside from the fact that not at the bloody dish rag, aside from the fact that I spent all night bleeding into a dirty towel, I'm great. "Oh, poor baby. I thought that Shadowrunners were supposed to be tough. If it's any consolation, the nosebleed was expected. It's a common side effect of magical interrogation." "Magical interrogation? What did you do to me?" "Me? Nothing. Our mage probed you probed your mind as you slept." He lifts the mug out of the light and towards his lips. You hear a loud slurp as he sucks the steaming fluid down. "Don't know the man myself, but I'm given to understand he's good. Uses a light touch." "Not he, them. 2 of your people went to work on my head last night." He pauses a moment, considering, then shrugs. "Afraid you're wrong about that. There couldn't have been anybody else." "You're lying. I saw your guy with the light touch after he was gone. Someone else showed up to continue the party." Shrugs. "Must be a figment of your imagination. It happens sometimes. The brain invents details to try and make sense of what's happening to it. Give it a few days and the confusion should fade away. You'll see." "I know what happened in my own head." "We don't even have 2 mages on Site-71. There's no way you got scanned twice." He shrugs his broad shoulders. "But hey, believe what you want. Don't let it distract you, though. We've got work to do." "Now let's go to it, shall we?" He shuffles his papers, flips open the notebook on the table, and with the tip of his pen, "Run me through what happened last night." "What was the point of the mind probe if you're going to interrogate me anyway?" "Magic is great for pulling facts from a person's memory. It isn't so good at contextualizing them. What we got from you was a jumble of disorganized information. It'd take a lot of guesswork on our part to piece those facts together into a coherent narrative. You cooperate with us, tell us the story that as you remember it, and you can spare us some of that work. It'll be good for you in the long term. If you lie to me, though, well, just don't. I'll know it. Now, if you please, Tell me what happened last night. Just start at the beginning and take me through until the moment that we picked you up. Hang on, I'm not saying anything until you tell me who you represent. Sorry, you get nothing until we're sure about you. Of course, the best way to ensure that happens is to cooperate with me. Tell me what I want to hear, and I'll pass the word along to the people in charge. After a long pause, the troll sighs. He lifts his notepad and begins to rifle through the pages. All right, if you don't want to start, I'll go ahead and do it for you. We made some headway in piecing together our mage's intel in the earlier part of the evening. You were headed to combat Pangs, the biker bar, the behest of your fixer, Kindly Cheng. Cheng is a respected figure in the Yellow Lotus Triad. Cheng sent you to Pangs because he had something that she wanted. He lowers the notepad and focuses on you. You see, talking to us isn't squealing. We already have all of the intel that we need, but it'd be much more efficient if you would fill in the blanks. All that you're doing by climbing up is wasting time. You're doing just great on your own. He lets out a heavy sigh. Did I tell you that we picked up your friends too, right? Or I did tell you that we picked up your friends too, right? They're safe and sound in our hands. For now, at least. If you refuse to help us, I can't promise that they'll stay that way. I knew it was just a matter of time before you resorted to threats. It isn't my call. I'm not in charge here. I'm just a man doing a job. The best way that you can help your friends is by cooperating. If we already have something we need, there won't be any reason for some higher-up to take rash action. I'll deal with you and your higher-ups later. For now, I'll tell you what you want to hear. Gonna force me to... Good. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. For now, please do your best to pick up where I left off. You were headed to combat Pangs. Cheng had sent you there to conduct some sort of shakedown. The owner of the bar had something that didn't belong to him. Auntie Chang sent us to get it back. Right, the artifact. He glances at the notebook on the table. It says here that it was Jade Kong from the Lingzhu period, dated back to 3000 BC or thereabouts. That's right, Pang stole it because he thought it was magical. It turns out it was just old. Our mage confirmed as much. Oh, we've got your boss's Kong locked up for safekeeping, by the way. It's in good hands with us. Now we know that you didn't go to Pangs alone. One at a time, could you please list the other members of your team? Seriously? How can you not know that already? Just answer the question, please. He taps the recorder with the tip of his pen. For our records. Alright, so I'm assuming this is going to be me picking my team, so I'll just go for my usual group. So, Gobbet. She'd heard that Combat Pangs had really good bar food. Gobbet, the orc girl with a rodent fixation. He jots down a note on his pad. Okay, who else? Isabel, she was there. The dwarf, right. Quiet little thing. Another scribbled note. Alright, got it. And who is the last member of your team? I'm still calling the game out on it. Oh, come on, man. You already know this. Don't you have the others holding somewhere? Just answer the question. Ractor, he rounded out the team. The rigger. Creepy son of a bitch. The pen dances over the pad a final time, then stops. Your interrogator glances up at you. Alright, so Cheng sent the group of you to combat Pangs to recover a very old rock, and she sent you on the eve of one of the bloodiest riots in Kowloon City's history. Funny timing, don't you think? Not at all. We used the riot for cover. With all the civil unrest in the streets, the cops were bound to be busy. Distant sounds of urban chaos rang in your ears as you led your team through a series of constrictive back alleys. It was hot out, sweltering. The humidity left your body drenched. Bad night for a riot, but it made for good cover. He'd been making good time since we left Hawaii, and Combat Pangs was only a few blocks away. We're getting close. Her nostrils flare as she sniffed the air. Smell that? Garlic, onion, sizzling oil? I'm thinking chicken wings. Pub food notwithstanding, we should go into this run prepared for violence. Eddie Pang has a bad reputation. He and his go-gangers like to let their knives do the talking. The rigger's lips parted into a predatory grin. I'm rather looking forward to showing Pang the true meaning of violence. Gosh, I can be an excellent teacher. No robot killing sprees until I've got my wings. They caramelize them in fish sauce. That's what the guy at the bus stop told me. I mean, how amazing is that? After my belly is full, you can go nuts. Tear the place to shreds, light it on fire for all that I care. But if you stand between me and my chicken, I'll have a shrine spirit choke you to death. Thank you, username intensifies. We get the rock first. If any of the kitchen staff are still alive when we're finished, then maybe we can eat. Your priorities are alien to me, but whatever. We'll figure it out when we get there. Deal. Let's get moving. She nods. Go ahead. Lead the way. Come on, man. Hurry up. Two figures in dirty riding leathers stood facing the shop window. The patches strewn on the backs of their jackets called them out as members of the Black Sun Boys, a small-time outfit, one of the dozen in the neighborhood that operated under the supervision of Eddie Combat Pang. The window was unbroken, but not from their lack of trying. You could see half a dozen indentations in the transplast, and as many spent shell casings on the ground. The troll was working on an access panel, trying to brute force his way through the shop's security system. His human companion rocked on his heels, practically salivating over whatever was locked inside. This must be the least intact storefront on this block. Quite a prize for a looter with ambition. Of course, this must be the last intact. Of course, the owner of this shop has gone to the expense of installing transplast windows, and there are probably other security precautions in place. A private security contract, for example. These two tripped the building alarm that could bring a security team right to the spot, riots or no riots. That is a distinct possibility, yes. He examined them, frowning. They look like they've been out here for a while. They might be able to tell us about the police presence up ahead, if you could get them to talk to us. Otherwise, I'd suggest leaving them be. Either way, it's your call, my friend. I will abide by whatever you choose to do. Approach the gangers. The human ganger turned on his heels, spinning to face you, an exaggerated, frantic motion. He was probably riding a cram high. He snarled at you through a mouthful of crooked teeth. Hey, strangers, this is our alleys. It's Black Sun Boys' turf, not a place for tourists. You scoot the narrow asses back off this block and out of our sight. I'll make you sorry you were aboard. Sorry, that really sucked. This entire neighborhood belongs to kindly Cheng, maggot. Show some respect. The human went white as a sheet, the blood draining from his cheeks. Looked like he recognized the name. We're not afraid of you. I mean, why does she boss even care if we rob this store? Yellow Lotus never come around these parts. Yes, well, we're here now, aren't we? I would strongly suggest that you answer our questions, young man. Disappointing us would be most unwise. His eyes went wide and he raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'm sorry. Just let me know how to make this right, okay? The Black Sun Boys don't want any trouble with the Yellow Lotus. Tell me about the cops. You see any of the patrols in the area, or are they sticking to their barricades? Oh, they're out there. Rude trigger happy too. They don't a whole lot of shooting and aren't asking too many questions. You'll leave the whole pack of them just around the corner, led by one of the special duties assholes. He nods his head eagerly. There now, we good? If me and Needlenose keep on doing our thing, you leave us in peace? We don't want trouble with no Shadowrunner. You and your friend pack up and leave, and we'll forget that you were ever here. His face went hard, his fearful expression wiped away by a wave of pure contempt, but he didn't have the guts to challenge you. He turned to the troll at the panel and snarled out a few words, and the two stalked off down the alleyway. The bodies had been reduced to a bloody ruin. Their mouths were frozen open in expressions of silent terror. The team gathered to examine the remains. These people were shot in the back. I don't see any weapons on them either. Somebody gunned them down while they were trying to run away. Bad night to go wandering. Speaking of which. Right, let's go to Pang's. We don't have to stay out here any longer than we have to. I don't want to, sorry. I really had to get a little bit better on the dialogue. Sorry, guys. Oop. Say where you are! The HKPF patrol stared you down. Their weapons were at the ready in the center of the pack. A man with a heavy tactical armor loomed over the others. The plates of his armor were emblazoned with the regalia of Hong Kong's elite special duties unit. One of the cops cupped his hands to his mouth and barked out a command. You! Hey you! Stop moving and put your hands in the air! Tough words, but he sounded nervous. Raise your hands. We don't want any trouble. We're just trying to get home. I don't know if I'm ready to raise my... No. We aren't breaking any laws, Constable. Let us pass and we'll be on our way. This is your final warning. Stay where you are and put your hands... The SDU officer cut in. His speech was slow and languid. He sounded vaguely bored. Save your breath, Constable. Look at this man's clothes. His gear. These people are armed criminals. They're breaking curfew. You have your orders. The hell with it. Alright, as usual, we want to get to cover first because these guys are serious business. So let's find... I also want to take a second and see if there are any dragon lines, which there are. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it in time to do... So the ideal solution would be to run over here and speed up 71. My priority, though, is to give 71 the haste. So I'm going to move up 1, make sure that Gobbet's in cover. And then we'll hit him here. So eventually I'm going to move her onto one of these spots. That's as close as I can get to be both behind cover and also only use one move to get where I need her. Next step is going to be to move 71. Now, I'm actually okay having him up close. I do leave him open to be flanked by a couple of these guys, but I'm going to move him up by the one unit. And I'm actually going to just pause for a second so I can deal with the rest of my team. So again, for Ractor, I just want to get him in cover. And I'm going to get him to overclock Kashai. And then we'll use our last turn to activate control mode. So the big thing here about Kashai, of course, is that I get basically 5 moves to do whatever I want. But I'm going to finally wrap up with Isabel. And this is mostly just going to be about, again, ideally only spending 1 turn to get her into position before I can try and take down some targets. They're all going to be behind cover, so it's not going to be great for me. But I do want to make sure that she's protected. And in the center here, make sure that my team is sort of spread out, but also make sure that she's behind some pretty good cover as well. So, let's decide who gets the critical shot. I've got a mage, a guard, a captain, or the sniper. I think probably what I want to do here is I want to do some damage to the mage because he can heal people, so... Okay, so we got the bleed down. And I think in this case, actually, I'm just going to go all in on the mage. Oh, I didn't intend to use the stayer, but that's fine. I'll save 71's final move. And my decision needs to be to either use the SDU, to take on the SDU captain or the sniper. I'm actually a little more tempted to go for the sniper here. Just because they're going to be able to do some pretty heavy damage on my team and at a pretty big range. So let's start with a kneecap to the sniper. That's basically just to sort of take them out of commission. And actually, because they are now dazed, I'm actually going to move on to the SDU captain. And we're going to rip his armor. And what this does now is that 71 gets to do a headshot on the captain. He's got less armor, and he's also not behind cover. So, in this case, we do exceptional damage. Alright. So next up, I'm actually going to use Kashai on this one, just because we might be able to take the guy out. Ah, it's a shame. Alright. So I think Isabel's actually going to be the one to take on the HKPF guard here. Because we've got... Basically, I've got some other... Actually, no. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get Ractor to... Drat. Or maybe I can. So I can do a little bit of a Hail Mary on the captain, or I can do some chip damage to the guard. I think probably here, let's get Ractor to... do some chip damage. And in that case, that paid off. Let's move on. Gobbet's going to be a little bit safer here because she's not a high priority target. What I'm actually going to do here is drop the acidic fog on the sniper. And what that's going to mean, so one, it's going to be doing damage. I don't think the sniper is going to be stunned, but it does mean that they're going to have to run outside of their cover. So again, that's another bit of an advantage for me in terms of maintaining the tempo of the engagement. And I'm going to see if I can free up 71 by using Isabel to take out the guard. So I'm just going to see what my options are here to accomplish that. It can either be burst fire and double tap, 2 attacks on a single target with 1 action, critical chance increased. So I'm not quite sure why. Well, let's start with burst fire, see what happens. All right. So let's see if we can. We'll take my Deadeye shot and see if we can take down the SDU captain too. Excellent. And we still have 1 turn left over, so we get a. I think I'll take the free shot here. Alright. So I think here just another burst round is the way to go. So the nice thing about that is, of course, if I can... I'm not going to be able to take this person out, but everybody gets to focus on 1 unit. Oh, okay, or I just mow them down. Apparently I built this guy a little strong. Without warning, the cracked and bloody comlink you pull off the body of the SDU soldier cracked to life. A second later, a cold voice poured through the device's speaker. Constables, this is Crate. It's her, the cop on the newscast when the APB on you went live. Nightjar is dead because of her. I want all units to move into position and sound off when you... sound off. You will then hold action until I say otherwise. We will put this riot down and restore the city to order. This riot is a response to priest brutality in Kowloon City. Kowloon City in 71. Something tells me that Crate's plan to restore order isn't going to be gentle. We don't want to be out here when that call comes in. Let's keep moving then. We'll try to keep the distractions to a minimum. Good call. Even if we could handle what Crate is planning, Kindly isn't paying us to kill cops. I mean, it's your call, but Pang's bar is right around the corner. I suggest we just beeline it there. Just give me a quick second, guys. Alright. I could beeline it there, or I could explore these environments, because it's a CRPG. This block was harder hit by the riots than others you've been through. The air had churned into a noxious slurry of soot, ash, and tear gas. It was stomach-churning, beyond foul. Through the haze, you could see a patrol squad of HKPF constables facing off against a man and a woman in shabby winter coats. The man was doubled over coughing, clutching a loaf of bread in one hand and a cheap pocket knife in the other. The woman was holding a small crowbar, frozen like a deer in the headlights. Both were clearly terrified. A half-dozen laser dots played over their bodies, projected from the sights of the constable's weapons. "Drop your weapons! Get on your knees! Do it now!" The knife hit the ground, clattering to the rest of the asphalt. "Please! Our house just burned in the riots. We needed the water and food. We aren't looters. We just needed to eat." Ractor leaned to whisper into your ear. "I don't believe they can see us through the smoke, but if we get too close, we'll be in the same boat as these poor fools. Best to leave them to their fate and slip around the police. Give them a wide berth and get on with your evening." The SDU's sergeant boomed out over the integrated speakers in his tactical armor. "On your knees! This is your last warning!" This is a tough call, because I do kind of want to help these people, but... we'll wait. "Please, you're not listening. We had no choice." His voice trembled. He held the last loaf of bread out for the constables to see. The flimsy plastic that wraps it shimmers in the lamplight. "I've dropped the knife. We don't have any guns. This is just a loaf of bread." The SDU's mage's amplified voice rolled lazily out of his speaker. "He's got a weapon, men! Kill them both!" "Attack the constables. I've heard enough." The constables wheeled at the sound of your voice, but you were faster than they were and caught them flat-footed. So, same routine. I don't think we have any dragon lines to work with, though. So... Oh, but I do have a spirit. This is actually a tough call, then. Well, I'm not going to have enough to make 71 completely ruin everything, so let's start by getting into position. Gotta get Ractor off to the side. I don't like any of these cover options, to be honest. Okay, let's see where I can move Isabel. Okay, I think I'm okay with this. Alright, so I'm taking a fairly big risk with Gobbet by doing that move, but... Oh, it looks like I do have one more move to get her behind cover, though. So, again, I don't like the fact that she's way out ahead, but ultimately we get more moves with a spirit in the game, so... And I'm gonna use it to sort of harass them at the flanks. This must be hostiles. Take them out. Let's start with a fireball. They're all clustered up, so... Alright, so I think the thing we want to do here is try and take out the weakest if we can. Oh god, we've got conjurers and mages. You know what, I hate to do this, but I actually think I'm going to try and take out the Grenadier. Now, actually, I'm not going to be able to do that on one round, so we'll take out the Mage, and then we'll see if Kashai can do something about the Grenadier. We'll kneecap him, just because I don't... If he throws... Like, he's going to try and throw a grenade in this area, so that's going to cause me some grief. We'll strip his armor. There we go. So it's not... Oh, not enough to kill him, but it's definitely probably going to be enough to make him think twice. Again, I'm okay with them attacking the spirit because I'm just sort of using it. Alright, well, we're going to use Gobbet for this as well. So in this case I have Rat. And they just gave us an ally. This is the reason why I prioritized the Mage over the Conjurer, because he wound up giving us an ally. Or at least the chance of giving us an ally, but let's start by using him to take out the Grenadier. I'm pretty sure he should be dead. Alright, let's... So I think in this case we're just going to take on the Conjurer, so... aim burst just... Oh, actually, interesting, so... It's easier to hit from here. I'm not sure it's going to do much though, because this guy should already be dead. Let's take out the Conjurer. Okay, so Kashai took a lot of AP damage from the Spirit. Doesn't mean we can't do a little something to our enemy though. Of course, I also need to remember there's still a Grenadier here for us. Let's get Raktor to chip in a little bit. I probably could have used my aim actually, but... Alright, let's get Isabel to take this guy out first. Now the real question is, I don't know if I get to steal it for... Oh, it's stolen for 2 turns, so in this case I am actually going to focus on the captain in this case. Mr. Franz, thank you very much for that host. Alright, now this is a little tricky to figure out, because in one sense it would be smarter to go for the Conjurer, as he's the easier hit. The Captain is both behind cover and has a high amount of armor and also has a low to hit, but I think in this case I am going to spray and pray. And pay for my foolishness. It's you, T. Clark. I think we'll leave 71 again. Again, there's a chance that the Primeval, we lose control of it, but it's a borrowed spirit, so I don't kind of mind. I really don't mind just running with it. So. All right, so Conjurer's knocked down. This thing's not a very good aim. I think I'm actually going to move Isabel up and hope that I can get a slightly better shot. Didn't pay off tremendously, but let's see if we can make something happen. Better than nothing. I think we do the same thing with Gobbet. I could... Oh, actually, I think I get... I don't think I get both of them. Let's try, let's see what happens. I don't think that did what I wanted it to, but it's all good. It's really just a bunch of Hail Marys with Raptor, but at least I can move him into somewhere useful. We'll take the shot with a higher probability of success. Alright, so question is, can 78 take out 2 people in 1 turn? Let's start with the captain. Let's go for the full burst. We can! Achievement unlocks Street Justice. Kill the HKPF patrol to save the civilians. The civilians blink up at you, their faces ashen. The man still hugs a stolen loaf of bread. In his terror, he's crushed into an hourglass shape. We're alive! Oh, thank God we're still alive. We've seen the police do brutal things here before, but nothing like this. They're gonna kill us! Over 3 millions worth of bread. Listen to me, the cops are locking this entire area down. You need to get out of here and off the street. You don't have to tell us twice. Come on, love. Let's find a better place to hide until this blows over. So, one thing that's worth mentioning, there is no... So, in Cyberpunk, there is no need to be a hero. But there's a few different ways that you can sort of motivate an action. Like, I mean, so first of all, you know, sometimes when you play a game, you don't want to be a jackass the whole time. Of course, one of the nice things about Shadowrun is, of course, you're running the shadows, and of course, you can be a sort of an anti-authoritarian figure in a number of ways, including not letting the, you know, an overbearing police force harm civilians, and that in itself can be an act of defiance, even if it's not necessarily something. Thank you, Mr. Friends. Have a good one. You know, even if it comes down to you do an act like this. I mean, again, in the end, I can also motivate it in this, in the sense of the fact that I'm a civilian turned Shadowrunner. I don't necessarily have to be heartless just for the sake of heartlessness, but there's a few different ways I could angle it. But in the end, I thought it was the right call. The police comlink crackled to life again. Great. All teams, ready your weapons and prepare for my mark. I repeat, do not move before you're instructed to. Anyone who fails to obey this command will answer to me. Await my instructions. Crate out. Sorry guys, I'm also going to enjoy a small dessert. Jesse Quill, thank you very much for that host. How are you doing? Oh my god, there's 103 of you. Did you just finish? Because I didn't want you to miss out. That's what it says. Terribly sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, anyways, guys. That makes sense, Jess. Jessie Quill is a caster. She was playing the stream. Oh, and I lost a follower. Maybe they didn't like the voice acting. Jessie Quill was doing We Are the Dwarves and was doing also kind of transitioned into The Sims, because I know We Are the Dwarves is not easy for somebody who doesn't like those kinds of games. It's a little strategy like, but it is done in real time. But she's really an outstanding caster. I definitely like watching her quite a bit. She does a much better job. Actually, she raised an interesting point, which was when I play Shadowrun, I talk a little bit less about some of the, some of the real life things that I tend to do otherwise. Although she does sort of like the silly voices that I do. Hello, Kaylee Cakes. Looks like I'm doing another shout out too. But she is, again, as always, one of the most special streamers for me. Somebody I've gotten to know both on and off cast. Continues to show me how it can be done in terms of just showing up, doing a good broadcast, doing it about things that interest you and that are important to you, and continue to do it in a way that just always focuses on the entertainment, always focuses on that individual interaction. And I think, as always, she's been incredibly generous. The biggest thing that I'll note about her, and again, this is less about her cast and more about her character, which in the end informs her cast, is she's one of the few people who never really questions the idea of helping somebody out. So where other people sort of see giving a tip in terms of like a best practice that they have on stream or a special thing that they do, she, like, I remember when I was asking her for a countdown clock, it looked really good. It was actually a nice way that she started her stream. And again, this is some of her human capital, right? She's figured out how to do something like this. And she had absolutely no problems whatsoever just saying, it's like, yeah, here's how you set it up. You can do it this way. And again, where there's a tendency for people to sort of just perceive any other caster or any other person asking for that kind of help as a competitor or something like that. Jess has never thought of it that way. She's never acted that way. She just lets her quality stand on her own. She doesn't view streaming as a zero-sum game, which is something that I don't know if you see visibly on casts too much. But there's definitely a very broad spectrum of personalities in casting, and some of them do have a tendency to look at these things as zero-sum games, and unfortunately it does not make them behave in ways that I think would be consistent with what their viewers kind of expect from them. Now, not to be outdone, we also have another lovely caster here, and where I would say that Jessie Quill sort of stands as this tower of experience and talent. Well, Kaylee certainly has talent. We've got Kaylee Cakes, who I guess I still technically can call a new streamer. But she has grown very rapidly and is actually diversifying the kinds of games that she's playing as well. So she was primarily a DayZ streamer for a very long time. And she also played a first-person shooter called Depth. And now she's been playing, I can't recall the name of the island game. It's like Stranded Sun or something along those lines. In any case, I'm very interested in it. She's definitely has a good angle on sort of crafting survival games, which is why I kind of hope I had gifted her 2 games when there was a humble sale going on, Satellite Rain and This War of Mine. I'd kind of be interested to see her do This War of Mine because of her experience with survival games. Stranded Deep, thank you. And then also with that in mind, as a preview of coming attractions, I am trying to organize a joint cast between her and Jessie Quill for Satellite Rain, where we're all going to be, on the same team together, which is, by the way, Jess, why I'm asking your availability. So if you can give me an answer to that, you can just whisper it to me. But again, I'm talking about kind of what Kaylee does for me, but maybe I should give you guys a reason for watching her. She, again, is an absolutely lovely personality. It's somebody who you would not know started streaming not too long ago, because she's very poised, definitely understands how to entertain an audience herself. And she has her own unique take on things. Her background is as a baker. And so every time she hits a new streaming milestone, you get the probability of winning a collection of cookies that she bakes. So in addition to that, she does baking streams. Jessie Quill has actually also done work on creative, not only with building, not only with cooking. Jessie Quill has done sort of like no-carb cooking streams, which I found kind of interesting. And I can't cook at all, so it's definitely educational for me. But she She also has done artistic streams, all the way to perler beads, and I don't know if she did drawing, but she definitely does cards for her supporters in that. So these are both casters who, in addition to being very good at games, they will actually show you sort of their rewards, the things that you get for subscribing to their channels. And so I definitely recommend both of them. And they're a lot of fun to hang around and a lot of fun to have in chat. So. Hello, my God. A group of middle-aged people in shabby clothing were gathered in the street, huddled together and clutching their possessions. They were wide-eyed, staring, some obviously in shock. The riots had taken their toll. A man with a patchy beard, the leader of the group, by the looks of things, leaned forward, his eyes shifting from one member of the congregation to the next. His voice was low and urgent, his tone serious. Look, we can't stay here. Let's gather what we can carry, go to the barricades to the edge of town, and show the cops our IDs. Once they can prove that we live here and that we're unarmed, they'll let us through. That's the plan. If you leave town, I'd advise you to sneak out. Stick to the back alleys, and whatever you do, don't approach the cops. The back alleys are full of lunatics. The riots are all around us. There are gangers and looters and triad thugs. We need to get somebody with bright lights and safety and security. We gotta go to the cops. Ask for help. You can't trust the police. If you go to them, you're gonna regret it. They're cops. I like our odds better with them than I do the people out here on the streets. He turns his head towards the others. If you need anything from your homes, clothes, heirlooms, valuables, go get them quick. Go get them and be quick about it. We'll meet back here in 10 minutes, and then we're headed for the barricade. We're getting out of this death trap. A lanky man in a skin-tight vest leered at you as you entered the bar. He looked like a low-eyed go-ganger, dressed in Black Sun Boys colors. He stepped out in front of you to block your progress. Bar's closed. On orders of the boss. He pointed at the door that you walked through. Step on out here, now! Let's see. Funny, that sounds almost like I said when I scared off the idiots you had looting stores in the alley. You got no business telling any Black Sun boy what to do, asshole. His hand lowered to the knife on his belt. Now I'm gonna give you a choice. Get moving and stop bleeding. I don't have time to play with you, boy. I'm here to speak with your boss. He shook his head, defiance in his eyes. No way. You don't talk to Combat Pang. You talk to me. And I'm about out of patience with... You're out of your league. I'm here on behalf of the Yellow Lotus. He took a moment to size you up, really examine you, and the bravado disappear. Hi. I don't wanna... He looked back over his shoulder towards the bar. Boss? A low voice growled out from beside the bar. Fuck me sideways, Jimmy. If I gotta do everything everything myself around here, what do I even keep you around for? Eddie Combat Pang, the owner of the Combat Pangs and the ringleader of a half a dozen Kowloon City Go gangs, Black Sun Boys included. He leered at you through a mouthful of gold-capped teeth. Pang was a living stereotype, the surly dwarf in the flesh, 10 tons of Napoleon complex in a 70-kilo body. Alright, you won't listen to my boy? Maybe you'll listen to me. We are closed. If you want to keep all your fucking teeth, you'll turn around and go out the way you came. No way, man. You reopen that kitchen and you do it now. We're here for wings and... You know what? Fuck, I really like this line. No way, man. You reopen that kitchen and you do it now. We're here for rings and breasts and thighs, and also we want the artifact you stole because fuck you! That's why! You heard the man, Pang. We want chicken parts and an ancient rock, and we want them now, with extra sauce and a bucket of lobster rolls, and a whole fistful of napkins. Wet wipes too, if you have them. He wrapped his fingers against the bar, an innocuous gesture, but it set alarm bells ringing in your head. All around you, gangers began shifting positions, their smiles growing ugly, hands creeping towards holsters. From somewhere in the back room, you heard an ominous sound, heavy footsteps, and the scrape of something metal against floorboards. Kitchen closed, sweetheart. Unless you want to man the oven yourself, chicken's off the table. But if you come back for happy hour sometime, I'll be happy to hook you up. He shifts his gaze to you. Now, if you want the rock, I'm going to assume that you're on Cheng's payroll. Is that true? You first. You tell me about the Kong you lifted. What's a man with you like you want with a Neolithic artifact anyway? What business is that of yours? His mouth drips into a frown. He holds his expression for a few seconds and then shakes his head. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and answer that for you. It's none of your fucking business. Rock belongs to me now. End of story. You want to bet? The stone is kindly Cheng's, and you've stolen it. I'm here to get it back. He began to chuckle, an ugly sound, thick with malice. I don't think so, errand boy. You're standing in my home now. See all these people around you? They're my friends. They don't take kindly to strangers who come in here trying to throw their weight around. Look, man, if we don't bring that rock back to Cheng, you're gonna have a war on your hands. You think you can take on the Yellow Lotus? If the old lady wanted a war, she'd have sent us soldiers, not a hired hand. He smiled at you, his gold-capped teeth glinting in the light. Can't help but notice that she didn't do that. More shifting from the assembled gangers in the bar. Some of them looked angry, ready to start shooting and cutting, but others were clearly concerned. Kindly Cheng's name carried a lot of weight in Kowloon City, and everybody knew knew the Yellow Lotus. The shift wasn't difficult for you to see. Pang could see it too. Tell you what, I'm in a generous mood tonight, and I don't really need the rock for anything. Sounds like Cheng's got you in a bind, and you're going to be in trouble with it if you don't bring it back tonight. So I'll sell it to you. Give me, say, 500 new yen, and I'll have my boys box it up. I've got a better idea. You give me the rock, and I'll try extra hard to convince Kindly Cheng not to burn your bar to the ground. Can't let you take it for free. That set a bad example for the boys. It's mine. You gotta give me something for it. You're worried about losing face in front of your men. I get that. But you brought this on yourself when you stole from a crime boss. The corners of his mouth drew down into an ugly scowl. He took another moment to size you up, his eyes darting from you to each member of your team, and then he glanced back at the gangers. They were jumpy, nervous. His slab-like hands curled into fists. It's in the cubbyhole behind the bar. Go on, take the thing and get out. More trouble than it was worth anyway. Sorry. Oh, that was easy. Let's take a quick look around because this is what we do. Seems like an awful waste, all this trouble over a stupid hunk of rock. It's Kindly's rock. That's all we have to know. We better get Something metallic hit the ground at your feet, cutting you short. A canister of some kind. You didn't hear where it came from. By the time you could process what was happening, it was too late. The metal tube erupted, spraying out a hissing stream of concentrated vapor. In the distance, you could see a group of figures wearing gas masks. Not riot control cops and not SDU, but official looking, wearing red uniforms. They were already moving in, beelining in your direction. Hold your breath. You sealed your lips shut, but the vapor crawled up your nostrils anyway. It was sharp, with a chemical tang that you could taste in the back of your throat. It made your eyes burn and filled your mouth with saliva. You stumbled forward, struggling to right yourself. It was a lost cause. The world went black. The impound lot. Your words ring metallically off the confinement room's walls. You've been talking for so long, recounting the tedious details of your run, that your voice hums in your ears after you finish speaking. The single flickering bulb above your head sways in an invisible breeze. Beyond the light's reach, your interrogator stands shrouded in the shadow. You can't see his eyes, but you can feel them quietly observing you from the safety of his corner. His silence opens the floodgate to your thoughts, and the questions come pouring in. Were you brought here alone? With others? Most of all, what do your captors want from you? You finished your story. There's nothing left to tell. It's his turn to talk. The troll lifts his audio recorder from the table and clicks it off. He stands in silence for a moment, looming over you, sizing you up. He purses his lips and nods. And that's when we picked you up. That's right. When I came to, I was already handcuffed and sitting in this chair. Very good. Thank you for recapping all of that Thank you for recapping all of that for me, Mr. Lee. Your testimony was extremely helpful. And now that you've helped us, it's only fair that you learn something in return. Oh? What's that? The troll pulls an object out of a police evidence bag marked with the HKPF logo, a PDA with a cracked case, stapled with day-old blood. We recovered this at the scene. Take a look and see what we saved you and your team from. Say nothing. He sets the PDA down on the desk, activates it with the tip of his pen, and slides it towards you. Just watch. Don't touch. Don't want your fingerprints on this thing. Watch the video feed. The feed is shaky. Whoever owned this device must have been panicked or out of breath. You can see people, swarms of people, including the locals that you spoke to on the street. All are carrying burdens of some kind or another. A laptop here, a knapsack there, backpacks bulging with shrink-wrapped food and bottled water. None of the locals appear to be armed. The camera wheels around, and you can see a firing line of police. The man with the patchy beard is pleading with them, begging to be let through. He says that he isn't a rioter, and that none of the people are here. The constable, faceless behind his mask, says nothing. The camera focuses in on a figure behind the police lines. Her features are instantly familiar. Chief Inspector Crate. She looks straight into the camera, then she reaches her hand to an ear and speaks into her comlink. Her voice is loud and clear enough that you can hear it over the PDA's tinny speakers. All teams, you know your orders. Open fire. Put them down. An explosion of gunfire fills your ears. The camera spins crazily. You watch a panoramic view of bodies bursting like water balloons. Faces that you recognize from your trip to combat pangs scream for help and then are silenced. The second volley of gunfire catches the owner of the PDA. You hear him shriek. Watch the camera spin dizzyingly. You hear a sickening crack and the video feed flickers and dies. The PDA goes silent. Without a word, your interrogator lifts it from the table and returns it to the evidence bag. You think any of this comes as a surprise? The SDU has a reputation. Yes, they do. And under Crate, they've earned it. Officially, the Special Duties Unit suppressed the riot like they were supposed to. That's the story that all the news outlets are running with. Unofficially, it was a massacre, and if we hadn't pulled you out of there, you'd have been gunned down with the rest. Why did you show me this? Good question. Let's just say the people at the top have had their eyes on you for a while now. You'll get all the answers you need soon enough. The troll stretches, slips his pen back into his breast pocket and flips the notepad shut. Then he taps a series of keystrokes into his PDA and the cuffs around your wrists go slack. The lights in the room come up, and for the first time you can see his face, and the badge on his hip. HKPF, standard issue. A laminated card clipped to the breast pocket states his name, Inspector David Yang. Okay, I think we're done here. What are you charging me with, Inspector? Nothing. You aren't under arrest. You and your team are here as guests of the HKPF, and you're going to remain that way until we tell you differently. Guest of the HKPF? You're going to have to clarify that. Not my job. You'll need to speak with Chu and Lam for that. Don't worry. They'll be sending for you soon enough. Who are they? You'll find out. The door looks solid. You can't see any visible doorknob or latching mechanism from where you're standing. Most likely it's barred from the other side. Let me out of here, you bat! Oh, sorry. I gotta do this right. Let me out of here, you bastards! Examine the door more closely. The door is made of heavy steel. It appears to be mounted onto a set of tracks at the top and bottom of the door frame, designed to slide rather than swing open. When closed, it sits flush with the wall. Your best guess is that the room you're in was built in one piece and that the door was later cut from it. Wait for the door to open. You calm yourself and settle back to wait for the door to open. An interminable amount of time later, you hear the sound of muffled voices, followed by a dull thunk. The scrape of metal dragged over metal fills your ears. The door pops open, but only a crack. A sliver of daylight streams through the other side. The sun stabs your eyes as you step from the interrogation room into the noonday sun. Blinking against the glare, the world gradually swims into focus. A familiar face greets you. Gustav, you're out, thank God. I've had you locked away in there since we got here. True story. We only knew where you were because we could hear you screaming at night. She steps towards you, an expression of concern on her face. You okay, Seattle? Didn't hurt you too bad, did they? They had a mage? They had a mage, maybe more than one. Probed my mind while I was unconscious. Beyond that, they just asked questions. Magical interrogation? Lets out a low whistle. Bastards are pulling out the big guns. He shakes his head agitatedly. The thing is, they should have been interrogating us at the same time, comparing our accounts and memories of the evening. It doesn't make sense that for them to question you for hours while we're all sitting out here.
None of this makes sense. Our captors wear uniform of police constables, but this isn't central booking. It sounds and smells like an impound lot, and gassing you like they did is anything but standard procedure.
Gaiku, what are you... Sounds very exposition-y. Gaiku, what are you doing here? You weren't even on the run with us.
I was taken, just as you were.
He looks away.
It is a long story.
You know what else doesn't make sense? The cops coming after us at all. I mean, the APB win-offs was lifted, right? That's what Auntie Cheng said after we got out of the walled city. It was lifted. The APB that Josephine Sang had crate put on us was came with a killer capture order attached to it. They weren't paying much attention to the capture part. If the APB hadn't been lifted, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We'd all be dead, just like Nightjar and Carter. Duncan's back stiffens, but he holds his tongue. We should be dead now, or in a secure facility somewhere. Instead, we're just sitting in an impound lot. And not just us, either. She gestures into the distance. At the edge of the impound yard, tethered to the docks, the rusting hulk of the bolt hole rises above its surroundings. Heavy chains snake up from the secure moorings on the docks to the heavy maglocks that clamp down on the vessel's hull. She isn't going anywhere. They didn't just arrest us. They arrested our damn boat.
And those of us on board were taken along for the ride.
He lets out an irritated grunt.
No warning was given. They simply hooked us to a tug, cut away our moorings, and hauled us away from the harbor.
Can you shed any more light on all of this, Seattle? I mean, did whoever you talked to in there let anything else up or anything? Hi, Spectre. The interrogator said that we were here as guests of the HKPF, whatever that means. Guests, huh? Yeah, sure. Back when I was with Lone Star, people would disappear sometimes, get dragged off to black sites, thrown in cages like these. They didn't always come back out of them. How reassuring. Gaiku suddenly leans towards the cell door, his head cocked, an eyebrow raises. Eat. Sorry, guys. He lifts a gnarled hand, gesturing for the team to halt.
Did you hear that? Footsteps. Someone's coming.
He lowers himself into a ready stance.
Prepare yourselves. We're about to have company.
A uniformed constable wearing a sergeant's insignia passes through a set of double gates and into your holding pen. She walks with an air of quiet authority, her face an expressionless mask. A pair of wary eyes fix themselves on you. 71. Her voice is crisp and cold. Step forward, please. Step forward. She nods, raises her PDA, and begins to type in a series of commands. Thank you for cooperation. Senior Inspectors Lam and Chu want a word with you. I'd like a word with them too. She nods, raises her PDA, and begins to type in a series of commands. That's the right attitude? Very good. In a moment, I'm going to let you out of this cage. When I do that, I want you to make your way to the command trailer near the edge of the docks. Don't try anything stupid. You're being watched. I know the drill. Better get walking then. She punches a final button on her PDA, and the massive gates to the pen that holds you begin to rumble open. Go on, move. You don't want to leave senior inspectors waiting. Freedom! The cramped confines of the command trailer are packed to the gills with security-rated technology. Terminals and surveillance packages, all stamped with the Mitsumusha logo, fill every inch of available space. Just ahead of you, a pair of senior inspectors, one male, one female, stand over the command console. The man offers you a friendly smile. Ah, Mr. Lee, you're here. Very good. I'm Senior Inspector Andy Lam, one of the leaders of the task force. Thank you for coming so promptly. He extends a hand for you to shake. Use the handshake and say nothing. The woman, an elf, replies through a mouth that seems to draw into a permanent scowl. Enough of the pleasantries, Lamb. None of us is here because we want to be. Now, I've got a real bastard of a migraine, so I'd appreciate it if we can get down to business. Yes, of course. He offers a slight bow. My apologies, Senior Inspector Chu. And as for you, 71, you must be wondering why you and your team are what you and your team are doing here. That's the understatement of the century. Where do you get off kidnapping me and my crew? Chu cuts in. Wasn't a kidnapping, 71. We did you a favor by pulling you off the streets. Yang showed you the video. You know what I'm talking about. I can handle myself, Chu. I don't need any favors from you. Maybe not, but as it happens, we do need one from you. We've got a problem, 71. One that you're in a unique position to help us solve. We want to hire you. Can't say that I think much of your recruitment tactics. I'm sure that you don't, but you can't deny their effectiveness. Go ahead and pull the file, Lam. Lam nods. His fingers dance over his PDA's keypad. He raises the device to show you what he's pulled up on the display. From the device's tiny screen, a familiar face leers back at you. Lam holds it to your face for a few seconds, then pulls the device away. You have a history with this woman. He phrases it as a statement, not a question. She's the one that authorized the massacre of everybody on the street last night. Officially, we're not using that term, but you're right, that's what it was. Crate could have easily put those riots down without firing on unarmed civilians. She's a highly decorated officer, a leader of the HKPF's Elite Special Duties Unit. The bloodshed on the streets of Kowloon was no accident. She was advancing an agenda of some kind. Crate is the unofficial face of the Special Duties Unit in the Hong Kong media circuit. When they need a talking head for a news broadcast, she's the woman that they go to. To her fellow inspectors, she's a hero and a role model. They'd go to bat for her without a second's hesitation. The woman has a lot of pull. Okay, I get it. Tell me where I come in. We'll get to the specifics later, after you've had the chance to mull it over for a while. If you choose to work with us, we'll give you a full briefing on the plan. For now, you should just know that Lam and I were the ones who cleared the APB from your name. We've already helped you out in more ways than one. That solves that mystery. Now, we understand the prospect of working with a police task force could feel foreign to you, and I fully expect that you have questions that you'd like to ask. Lam spreads his hands. If there's anything pressing that you'd like to know, I'll do my best to answer. Okay, guys, I've been holding out on this for a while. I actually need to get some water, so if you can bear with me, it'll be less than 2 minutes, but I've got a lot of talking ahead of me, it seems like, and I like this, but I am definitely going to need to get myself sorted out, so I will see you guys in a brief second, okay? See you guys in a bit. All right, really sorry about that, guys. I believe we are back. Here's one. Why me? There are plenty of other runners in Hong Kong. Other runners don't have a built-in reason to want Crate dead. You do. Beyond that, you're the perfect deniable asset for the job. If you get caught or killed, the STU will assume that you were there to get revenge for what they did to you. So if I get caught doing this job for you, you're going to leave me to twist? How's that any different from any other job that you've worked? Besides, from what we've pulled from you in our interrogation has us convinced that we can trust you for this. That's invaluable to people in our position. I want to know who I'll be working with if I do this. What are your roles in this organization? I handle the technical side of the investigation. Decking and information monitoring and control, surveillance work, that sort of thing. Chu is on loan from Mitsumusha Corporate. She's a cop just like I am, but her primary responsibility is safeguarding the company's image and financial interests. Mitsumusha, what does the Japanacorp care about some dirty cops in Hong Kong? The Hong Kong police force is owned and operated by Mitsumusha. The company is obviously concerned with what's happening here, so they dispatched me to help lead this investigation. Consider me an important liaison, here to bridge the gap between the suits and the uniforms. Sounds thrilling. Shrugs. Pays better than walking a beat. Tell me where this impound lot is located. I want to know how far from home you've taken me. We're nearer to Aberdeen than we are to Haoi. That's about all you need to know. Secrecy is one of the most important tools for survival, 71. We can't give you an exact address. How the hell did you get my boat here without Kindly Cheng stopping you? What makes you think that she could stop us? The Yellow Lotus is powerful, but we have a navy at our disposal. Navy? What did you do? Attack Haoi? Of course not. We made a token show of force, and that was that. Kindly Cheng doesn't want the Marine Police parking the Sea Panther off of Haoi docks any more than anybody would. As highly as she may think of you, she wasn't about to risk a shooting war with us to keep from towing your houseboat. I'd like to go back to Haoi. Are you going to let me do that? If you choose to work with us, certainly, when the job is done. If you refuse, on the other hand, that's a more complicated discussion. So you're coercing me into helping you, dangling my freedom over my head. Our motives aren't sinister, Mr. Lee, but you do know about this task force, and unfortunately that makes you a security risk. If you refuse to help us, we're going to have to hold you here for your own safety. You can go back to Haoi when the job is done, and Crate and her people are behind bars. However long that takes. That's right, however long that takes. Or you could just help us and be home in a day or two. Your call. I'm done asking questions. What's next? What's next is that we let you go, for now. Take some time, think it over, and come back when you're ready to seal the deal. After you've accepted, we'll go into the details of the run. You know who I work for. Do you know what could have happened to me if I agreed to work with the cops? It's very much in the Yellow Lotus' interest that this issue be taken care of. The Executive Council as a whole is happy to maintain the status quo as far as the Triads are concerned. So long as the Yellow Lotus sticks to its territory and keeps its soldiers away from the people of status, the Council doesn't care what they do. But these corrupt cops, they're unpredictable. Who's to say that councilmen with an agenda, the Eastern Tiger reps say, won't send them to hit your boss's mahjong parlor? Crate and her people are wildcards. Extremely well-armed, dangerous wildcards who wear the same uniforms that we do. That's a bad situation for us, and an even worse one for you. Go talk to Cheng and run our offer by her. Talk to your team too. Tell them what we've told you. We're confident they'll want you to work for us. They should be heading to the bolt hole as we speak. Fun name, by the way. When you made your decision, come back to us. No rush, no pressure. We're not trying to coerce you into doing this. We're all on the same team, and we're confident that your boss will see things our way. I'll talk to Kindly. No promises. Freedom! We're gonna need a bigger boat. As you pass through the hatch and step into the familiar confines of the bolt hole, you find your team waiting for you. Well, this is a hell of a thing. Gobbet absent-mindedly passes a rat from one hand to another. The rodent squeals and chirps in delight. You said it, Gunshow. And our best day ever as a team. So what's the deal, 71? Who captured us? Are they really cops, or are we dealing with something else here? They're cops, specifically an HKPF task force run by a couple of senior inspectors. Knew it. The whole thing had the HKPF stink all over it. You can dress up however they want, but at the end of the day, a cop is a cop. So what does this task force want with us? Did they pitch their agenda to you? Funnily enough, I think this whole thing is going to work to our advantage.
Oh, in what way?
I think those are the only names I could see. This is why I keep losing followers. Oh God, that's right. Yes, sorry. That's System Chalk and Jesse Quill's channel where I where I randomly ban people. No bans, just timeouts. 1 second timeouts. Everybody should be able to talk. All right. Remember the ambush that killed Carter, Gunshot, and Nightjar? They want us to take out the people behind it. Well, that is interesting. A smile begins to spread across his face. If that's what they won't hear any arguments from me. Or me. As much as I hate getting jerked around like this, the prospect of getting some payback for Nightjar is awfully enticing. So what'd you tell him? Doesn't matter. I'm here now and we can figure out our next steps far away from prying eyes. I wouldn't count on that. If these senior inspectors have brains in their heads, they've already bugged the shit out of this boat. Mics and cameras galore. They're probably listening to every word we're saying right now. That's what I would do. Hey, Chew, Lamb, if you're listening, we're going to have a talk about this later. Forget about the bugs, Seattle. We've got bigger problems. So look, the big question now is, what do? We've got to know the situation. We all know the situation the cops have put us in. How do we get ourselves out of it? We call up our fixer and we tell her that we're bringing her a job for once. Okay, just don't be too flippant about it, okay? I mean, she's got to know that the cop sees the bolt hole. She probably watched them tow the boat away. She's already going to be wondering what happened, or why that happened, maybe jumping to conclusions. We don't want her to come to the wrong ones. Contact Kindly Cheng on your PDA. No time like the present. You tap Kindly Cheng's personal comlink number into your PDA and hit the send button. A moment later, the old woman's face appears on the screen. 71! A pleasure to see you, dear. I've been worried sick. She swills something of the color of rotten plums out of a highball glass. Now, would you kindly tell me where the fuck you've been? The HKPF gassed us on our way out of combat pangs. They're holding me in the impound yard. I see. Her voice goes cold. You're calling me from police custody? They had a mage poke around in my head, Auntie Chang. My calling you isn't going to make much of a difference. Johnny Big Time! How the devil are you, my friend? Folks, I know I've been spending some time on some shoutouts, but I do want to give another shoutout to a very, very valued member of this community and a caster I really like watching myself. I am getting some weird messages from Twitch tonight. He's an outstanding caster. He's been doing Titanfall 2 most recently, but Johnny Big Time really is one of the people who I kind of consider one of the true variety casters. He really can do anything and do it well. He's got an absolutely outstanding personality. One other neat thing too, so I know Jess from her cooking streams. I know that Kaylee Cakes is a baker by trade. And Johnny Big Time is a cook, so I am surrounded with people who are culinary wizards. And I am incapable of preparing IKEA meatballs when it comes right down to it. But Johnny, again, I do big shout-outs, but it's specifically for some people who I really like spending a lot of time watching their channels for. And again, Jess is able to hit serious topics and handle them well, especially as they come up in the context of a game, and doesn't necessarily put the game on hold like I do. Kaylee Cakes, again, is an absolute sweetheart and is somebody who kind of prepares baked goods for her channel, and really has gone... I think one of the things that impresses me so much about her channel is how far she's gone in such a short period of time. And likewise, Johnny Big Time, somebody who I know not just because of his great trash talk in his games, but I actually really like it for his skill. He's not a... I won't say he's a channel that you watch specifically because of the skill, which is funny because he's actually, I think, one of the better gamers that I've seen. But he... I mean, you watch him because he's got a really great sense of humor and a really good sense of fun. And it just so happens that in addition to those abilities, he's actually quite good at the games that he plays. Of course, as with anyone, I think the thing that I like the most about Johnny Big Time is because I have a little bit of a higher expectation in terms of skill. What I also find kind of funny is, like, for those moments when something silly does happen in the game, or there's maybe like an embarrassing death or something like that. I'm especially thinking along the lines of Grand Theft Auto 5. It makes it even more funny because, again, the guy can drop a really good punchline whenever the time's appropriate. And just because I have this this expectation and this memory in terms of his gaming abilities, I think it just makes the moment all that more sweet. So Johnny Big Time is definitely a great one to watch. You could protest against that accusation of myself. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I was going to say, as you mentioned, I tend to abandon the serious topics when I play Shadowrun, which is a shame because I do remember we were originally talking about it. I think maybe I just sort of exhausted all the cyberpunk at the time. But anyways, guys, 3 outstanding casters, definitely people that you should be checking out. And if you don't mind, I'm going to get to a little bit more dialogue. I know the shoutouts were a little shorter tonight, but I want to see if I can get through this epilogue in one go. They scanned you. How disappointing. There's a long pause, and then finally, tell me exactly what they said to you. Don't leave anything out. The cops who have me want to take down Crate. You know, the cop who keeps popping up on the news? Her eyes flash dangerously. I know who she is. Keep talking. The leaders of the group are called Chu and Lam, Auntie Chang. That's what the sergeant of the holding pen said. They're senior inspectors. Those won't be their real names, dear. Not if they're letting you contact me like this. They had a proposition for me, Auntie Cheng. They want me to help take them down Chief Inspector Crate and her people. She lifts the glass to her lips and takes another slurp of the dirty, viscous liquid. They're after the filth who ambushed you then. The ones that killed Nightjar. And Carter. Oh, damn it. Kindly Cheng says something that causes Duncan to clench his jaw, clearly furious, but he says nothing. All right, I want you to go along with it. Then tell them that you take the job with my blessings. I suppose that follows. You did love Nightjar. That isn't what this is about. She looks into her glass, swirling the liquid inside with a flick of her wrist. Not entirely. I've always wanted to get a runner into one of the HKPF's secure facilities, but it was never in the cards. Now here comes this task force inviting you in. If you can avenge my sweet Nightjar's death in the process, well, so much better. Understood. Any special instructions you want me to follow? Be smart. Do nothing that could endanger the Yellow Lotus or myself, and report back to me if you see anything that could constitute a threat. Above all, keep your eyes open, and don't trust this task force of yours, whatever you do. I always keep my eyes open, Auntie Cheng. That's why I'm still alive. Good boy. Oh, in 71, I'm sure that the police confiscated the Kong that you procured from Eddie Tang, the one that I paid for you to retrieve it for me. Get it back. She thumbs a button on her PDA, and the screen goes black. Well, I guess that's it. She lifts her shoulders into a half shrug. We're doing this. I don't like it, but we don't see what choice we have. We're prisoners here, whatever Chu and Lam say.
Then there's no more to be said.
He turns away, his armor rustling as his body shifts.
You go back to Lam and Chu and accept the job. I will ready my gear.
Hey! We've got more message boards. Thread, crowdfund my Vladivostok trip. A lot of you already know me, but for those who don't, I'm Icy Sasha, Russian native. Oh, sorry. I guess you guys. Okay, let's do a quick poll. Who wants an accent for Icy Sasha? Type 1 in chat if you want me to do a voice for Icy Sasha, or just 2 if you want me to do it normally. Or nothing. I guess this gives me a test for the delay. Oh yeah, no surprise there, Johnny. I think Johnny Big Time was the one who pushed me into doing a voice for Ractor, if memory serves. All right, and everybody else is either not watching or indifferent. Works for me. I guess 1's enough anyway. Let me think about how I can. 1.5. So T Clark apparently doesn't really look. Yeah. T Clark apparently doesn't really like my voices, but wants to communicate that he does. All right. A lot of you already know me, but for those of you who don't, I'm Icy Sasha, Russian native. I've been decking in HK for over a decade. I have a business opportunity in my hometown, Vladivostok, and I have started a pay my way campaign to cover a no-frills round-trip ticket. Please support me. You're pal and all, but why don't you just save up your nuyen like the rest of us? What is this business opportunity if it doesn't actually pay your way? Got any bonus funding goals? Good questions, good questions. Well, Panda Tax, I hope to move back to Vladivostok. My opportunity is a contract with Megacorp that does not want my presence in the city yet. But if it works, it may be a very good contact and a very good one for... it would be very good for my contact and very good for me. Bonus goal would be a one-way ticket to Vladivostok. Sold. I'll be delighted to spread the word. Everybody, and I mean everybody I know. Transferring creds now. Icy, you're not skipping town without clearing the Mahjong debt to me, are you? Bookish Betty. It's another one of my bonus goals. Icy Sasha. I'm paying you a visit, Icy. No more posts in this thread. Thread. Ticking mystery box for sale. I've got a mystery item secured in a metal alloy casing, freshly liberated from Yamamatsu warehouse. It wasn't ticking before, but it is now. Since it survived a bumpy motorboat chase, I figure it's safe. Since I don't have any engineering chops to liberate it properly, it's going to be to the highest bidder. So it could be a beyond bleeding edge biotech prototype, or it could kill you. Have I got that right? Gustos. If you people don't like it, don't bid. I do this all the time, man. People love surprises. It's fundamentally no different from a grab bag. Adeptitude. Except for the possible death part. Seriously, who's plunked down nuyen for an unidentified stolen goods? Got the winning bid on a Fushi rattling container. Giant box of alien wrenches. Wampoan 2056. I won a vibrating briefcase from a high-level Ares scientist's office. Inside was a, well, something you wouldn't something you wouldn't expect to find in the workplace. Use your imagination. Party Tune 33. Ew. Gustos. Anyway, it was in good shape, so I regifted it. And I'm out. Wampo in 2056. No more posts in this thread. Well, chat. With all due respect to John Everest's soundtrack, I think I'm going to need to bring in... I think I'm actually going to need to bring in slightly different music. Do I not have it? It's here somewhere. It'll be worth it, guys. I hate killing the mood, but I'm doing this so I can reestablish mood. Or maybe not. Okay, tell you what, I'm gonna save this one for last. Okay. Vultures in the Walled City. I just saw some corporate suits scouting around the walled city. Gentrification imminent, and the rebels barely settled in the slum. So the moment that life takes a turn for the better in the walled city, and some corp smells his profit and moves in, appalling Lantulin. But they buy up the tenements, tear them down, and put luxury coffin apartment complexes into helipads, so the well-heeled don't have to tread through the filth at street level. Hot pot, 888. What about the Yellow Lotus? Can't see a triad letting a corp waltz in and demolish a source of revenue without so much as a whimper. Giant robots pew pew pew. So that's the thing. Bao's guys are nowhere to be seen. Hot pot, 888. You know some red envelopes have changed hands. Aggravator. No yen talks, but the suits still brought plenty of private muscle, clearly not taking any chances. Born in the UCAS. No more posts in this thread. Hello, Kite. How are you doing, my friend? If you saw me running around your chat for a little while, I was trying to find a way of getting some music into your DJ. For those of you who don't know Kite, he's another really wonderful caster. I'm doing quite well, Kite. I hope you are too. So just a heads up, I don't know if you were here, but we finished the main game of Shadowrun Hong Kong, and we're actually doing the epilogue tonight, which I know I'm definitely looking forward to. And I've been enjoying so far. Thank you very much for that, Jess. But yeah, guys, Kite is another really great streamer. The one that I always like to shout him out for, although he has many talents as a caster, is I always like to point out his ability to do co-casts. As terms of sort of being able to connect with people, and particularly with their... Hello, Roguelike Girl. Good to see you again, too. But yeah, in terms of Kite, I mean, his interaction with his audience is really top-notch, and I would definitely say he plays a lot of games which are sort of focused on groups of people. Although not exclusively. I would definitely say that he also, I mean, I've seen him play stuff like Devil May Cry and things along those lines, but the thing that really stands out for me with Kite is the difficulty that I have doing co-op casts, and how not only effortless does he make it look, but how he's made casters that I've personally found very difficult to co-cast with. How he's made them better casters. Like, he really knows how to keep a show going. And again, he just has a very deep care and concern for people, and that absolutely shows in the way that he co-casts with people. It's something that I really wish I was able to do myself, but I mean, he really just has a gift for being able to see the best in people and be able to continue casting on with them. So again, I don't shy away when I say he's one of the nicest people on Twitch that I've met, and it's always I always feel really valued when I come into his cast. Of course, the same could be said for Kaylee Cakes and Johnny Big Time and Jesse Quill as well. But definitely Kite, I always think sort of needs to be recognized for his abilities, because again, I think one thing I can say is I just, until I started doing co-casts, I couldn't quite appreciate the talent that Kite has in terms of really being able to cast with anyone. So, anyways, guys, Let's, there we go. I'm ready to read the... Looking for romance. Wiry, handsome, expat male looking for passionate encounters. Not picky, male or female. I enjoy hitting the night markets when I'm not tinkering with my drone or infiltrating AAA megacorps. No smoking, no recreational drugs, in professional capacity only. Flexibility a must, sometimes need to cancel dates at the last minute due to gigs and incarceration. First aid skills are a plus. Anonymous 9476. I guess I should turn this down a little bit, chat. How's the dating scene here in HK? Just arrived in town. Got any tips? Where can I go to find that special gal? Data Surfs up 37. Honestly, HK is better for fleeting liaisons than longer-term engagements. Actually, I guess I should give everybody the voice. You should check out Frolic and Lan Kwai Fong. The music's loud and freaky, but so are the clubbers. The scene can get a little rough, though. I hooked up with this crazy elf there once, and every time I run my hands over the scar tissue, it really brings me back. It's not for everyone, though. Plus, now I'm partially deaf. I gotta find something else quick. Have you ever tried Happy Valley? I'm not even kidding. Very intense long-term relationships can spring from that heart-pounding thrills of that racetrack. Circuit Circus. Well, you can always try romancing somebody on your team if you've got one. Shenzhen Joe. Shudder. Now that's a bad idea. Give me Matrix dating any day. Anonymous 746. Normo posts in this thread. I'm sorry, chat, but I'm gonna have to go to a different voice now, okay? Duncan's pacing footfalls seem to thunder in the cramped confines of his cabin. You can hear them before you walk through the door. When you enter the cabin, you find Duncan pacing. He glares up at you, growling under his breath. This is bullshit. We've been through too much to get jerked around like this. Still, Chu and Lam say that they want to take out the fuckers who killed Carter. Crate and her people trapped us in Hong Kong. Taking them down is an agenda that I can get behind. I hear you. Got a sec? He crosses his arm. Sure, what's up? So how are the guns? You mean these? Duncan raises his arms and flexes. A broad smile stretches across his normally serious face. You know what I meant, asshole. He puts his arms down and the smile melts into an annoyed frown. Hey, you asked. And it was a shitty question anyway. Really, what the hell, 71? My guns are guns. I keep them in operating shape, like any decent marksman would. He gives you a cocky look. Any other questions? What do you think of that last run? You mean the one where I was stuck here on the bolt hole? He rubs his chin contemplatively. Yep, remember that. Boring as shit. Anything else? Gotta run. See you later. Can't wait to throw you over the edge, Duncan. Welcome back. Was there something that you needed? Out of curiosity, are you still playing around with those stimulus generators in your brain? I wouldn't say that I was playing around with them, no. I'm constantly using them to fine-tune my brain's stimulus responses, of course. But that hardly constitutes play. See, and what have you been doing with them recently? For the past week or so, I've been experimenting with synesthesia, training my brain to associate certain colors with certain tastes, sound with touch, that sort of thing. He snapped his finger. You hear that? Just a click, yes? But it's something else to you. Oh, it's still a click, but when I hear the sound, I also feel a tingle in my spine, and my tongue registers the flavors of bourbon and strawberries. Possible value could that have? That was just a small test, my friend. Soon I will know enough to push the limits of the system, and that's where the practical applications come in. Imagine the combat advantages if the sound of Koshai's claws on steel produced a palpable sense of well-being, or if I could judge the severity of a bullet wound by the volume and the pinging in my ear. I get it. Just be careful, Ractor. This feels like you're playing with fire to me. Of course, my friend, always. You have nothing to fear from me. What do you think of that last run? The run itself was fine, I suppose. Simple and straightforward, with minimal complications. In truth, it was nothing to write home about. You already know my feelings on how the job ended, and the predicament that we now find ourselves in. He taps the end of his cigarette against the workbench, scattering ash over its surface. But who knows? Perhaps given Kindly Cheng's interest in our predicament, we can find some way to twist this all to our advantage. Now, if you have any other questions... Do you have any other questions, or shall I return to my work? Gotta run. Later.
Hello, my friend. Was there something else?
What do you think of our benefactors?
I wonder if they did not overstate the danger of Crate and the Special Duties Unit. I do not fear much, especially not a SWAT team. I believe that they are overstating the danger that she posed to us during the riots. Certainly she is dangerous, but then so are most of the enemies that we faced. Consider it. We thwarted a AA corporation, survived a police, APB, and stared down a god of...
Excuse me, guys. Sorry.
And stared down a god of death from beyond the depths of known astral space. A SWAT commander seems to pale in comparison, don't you think? As for our benefactors, keep your eyes open. For all her foul-mouthed posturing, I have admired Kindly Chen's insistence that we trust no one but her. I do not trust Chu or Lam. Lam's enthusiasm is cloying and false. Chu is a corporate soldier, and would no doubt execute us without a second thought if she would order to.
Believe me, I'm keeping a close watch on them.
Good. I will endeavor to be ready for any duplicity should it arise.
How are you holding up with all of this? Gaiku shrugs and waves a hand in the direction of the door.
Duplicitous corporate managers, triad gangers, or the police. What really is the difference? None can be trusted fully. Each one would sell us out in a heartbeat if it benefited them in the long run. Yet I continue to be paid, and so I will remain. Do not be fooled by our benefactors. If everything they wanted were to be granted them, and they could earn promotions by arresting or killing us, they would. Money and power rule this city, and everyone in it. It is a ravenous maw that devours the weak. I care little for their aims, other than I can profit from them.
What about Crate? Revenge for what she did?
What she did to you. I never knew Carter, and I had a bounty on my head long before we ever met, simply because I am a ghoul. Fundamentally, Crate is no more responsible for what happened to you than those who followed her orders. She received her orders from Josephine Seng, and we did as we do from our clients. Revenge has no place in the shadows, unless the slight was personal. Crate's actions were simply business.
The ghoul lifts his chin, taking a deep breath in through his nose.
Where you go, I will follow. My only counsel at this time is to be cautious. Watch your back, and be prepared to have a way out.
What did you think of the last run?
There is little for me to say, as I was not there. Everything I know of what happened is second-hand information. Was there anything else that you needed?
Talk to you later, Gaiku. And if you're curious, I always leave the top floor for the end because Gobbet's my favorite character. Isabel raises her visor. What's up? You ever play video games on that monstrosity of a terminal? Fuck no! The octopus isn't for video games! And besides, I have better things to do than fight make-believe digital enemies. Fighting real digital enemies is way more satisfying. She's just an interesting character, Jessie Quill. I think so, anyway. I like the description. I think the way that she interacts with madness and folly is a little bit more interesting to me than Dietrich. Not that Dietrich was a bad character, I just kind of like the way that they portray her and her relationship with Rat. I think she has just enough humor to make her interesting, but they don't make her a completely comedic character. She becomes a mentor to you. I will admit, I thought her side mission wasn't quite as exciting as, say, Glory, which was sort of my favorite character in terms of the party members. But I don't know, I think Gobbet's just the one. I think she's probably one of the first times I've sort of wanted to play a shaman character after running into her, so. You've never played a game on the octopus. Not ever. Not a video game, no. She looks away. Like I said, I'm not a fan. Does that mean you played other kinds of games? Her mouth opens to respond, but you see her hesitate. No games. Come on, Iz, you can tell me, I won't judge. She looks at you uneasily and turns her gaze to her feet. Her right heel taps against the floor, a somewhat muffled sound on the wooden planks. Well, there was this one time. I got into playing Matrix Blackjack for a while. Only for a couple of months, mind you, and only to make money. She sluggishly lifts her shoulders. It was a rough winter, and I was desperate. It wasn't especially fun, but it was easy. Better than poker, because I didn't have to deal with the other players. All I had to do was remember what cards had been played and plan my moves accordingly. You were a card shark? Really? She raises her eyebrows. Is it really that strange? I am a Shadowrunner, after all. Fleecing people at cards was kind of a lateral move. I'll bet you were in bank. A stupid mistake on my part. I was winning too much, too often. I tried to justify it in my head. This win will go towards my Yellow Lotus debt. This one will be enough to get me to that systems enhancer. This one will get me food for a week, or Gobbet food for the evening at Zhaoling's Dim Sum Diner. Anyway, after the first couple of months, people started getting suspicious. That's a bad thing, especially for people in our line of work. I was drawing too much attention to myself, and a few months after starting, I pushed it as long as I could manage without compromising myself. Oh yeah, Jessie Quill, you missed the exciting stuff in the message boards, actually. Something about a vibrating package. So I stopped. I never went back. Never looked back. Makes for a good story, though. She tugs on her right-hand glove. Not really. Isn't that interesting? Anyway, was that all you wanted to know? What'd you think of that last run? We really botched that one, didn't we? Literally walked right into the cop's hands. She clucks her tongue, the regret plain on her face. She doesn't bother to hide her sarcasm. Couldn't have imagined a better outcome. So the gas is definitely overkill. My throat is still raw from it. I'm pretty sure that's just from doing Gaiku. Try to look on the bright side. We've been given a chance to take down the person responsible for a lot of our grief. Sounds more like an opportunity to put our necks on the line, but with less than fantastic odds. Let's just hope that these investigators know what they're doing. Any more questions? That's all for now. See ya. Gobbet's cabin looks cleaner than you remember it. Turning your head, you discover the reason why. The mountains of dirty laundry and food packaging that usually lie strewn across the floor have been gathered into an impressive mound in the corner. Madness and Folly scurry along the perimeter of the heap, sporadically ducking into and out of the layers of discarded clothing. It's looking good, holding its shape even. She chews her lip contemplatively. A couple more pizza boxes to help distribute the load, and I could move right in. Am I interrupting something? Oh, really? I mean, I was meditating, sort of. But you being here isn't really getting in the way. She frowns, waves a hand as she fishes for the right words. You know, it's like I'm communing with Rat. Getting my head right, considering all that's just happened. It seemed like the right thing to do. Looks more like you're building a fort. It's a nest, jackass. You know, it's like a safe place. Something that I can burrow into and hide. My totem, she isn't really into wide open spaces. The only thing that she likes less is captivity. And I've got to say, this whole getting gassed and waking up in a cage thing has me a little on edge. So I'm making myself a solution. She kicks the base of the mound of clothing. The entire thing shudders and then collapses into a heap on the ground. Some solution. Frowning deeply, she heaves a sigh. Broke my fort. My kingdom for a couch cushion, you know? Or maybe a nice ottoman. Something that can support more weight. I'll keep my eyes open. Maybe one of the boats they've impounded here has a futon. Nah, let's go. Hey, Gobbet, do you mind if I ask you a few questions about something else? I mean, like non-fort related topics. Yeah, go ahead. She turns away from the now ruined pile of laundry and refuse, rubbing the bridge of her nose between her thumb and forefinger. The music is gone anyway. Okay, I actually really want to know what this dialogue option gives. Hey, Gobbet, is that a Decon noodle extruder? She gives the looming machine an uncertain glance. Yeah, I think it is. What is it doing here? Your guess is as good as mine. Sure as hell wasn't in my cabin when we left for combat pangs. I can't imagine why the cops would have put it here. She bites her lip, a nervous expression on her face. Maybe it followed us home from DECCON. Followed us home? How could it... I don't know, alright? It's just here. Waiting. Waiting for what? I don't know, alright? I don't know. Let's just change the subject, okay? Maybe if we ignore it, it'll go away. How are you doing with all of this? I don't know. About as well as can be expected, I guess. How about you? How are you dealing with it? You got it worse than any of us, with all the magical torture and your night locked in a box and all. Don't worry about me, Gobbet. I'll be fine. Well, Jessica, were you there when we did DECCON? Because, like, she definitely has a great love of these kinds of noodles. I'm assuming that she basically just stole this thing. But that was a really long time ago that we did that, so. Hands on her hips, she gives you a single solemn shake of her head. Sorry, can't help it. You're a friend, so I worry. That comes as part of the package. With that being said, I do believe you when you say that you're all right. She offers you a lopsided smile. I think that we all will. I mean, if I could see what we saw in the walled city and come through it all right, we'll do the same here, right? Right. Of course I'm right. We're certified Yamaking killing badasses. We'll be fine. What did you think of the last run? Well, I'm not super pleased about it, to be honest. I mean, it was supposed to be a quick and easy run, but look at how it turned out. I thought you were okay with Chu and Lam's plan. You wanted to get revenge for Nightjar, right? Yeah, of course I do. That doesn't mean that I'm happy about everything that happened to bring us here. We were gassed, Seattle. Kidnapped. We didn't even get any of Pang's chicken wings. As Shadowruns go, that was some bullshit. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Got any more questions for me? If so, go ahead. I'm all ears. Gotta run. Later. It's warm to the touch.
Get out!
Welcome back. Did you talk over your job with the crew? And my boss. We've decided to help you. Chu rubs the bridge of her nose between her thumb and forefinger. We'll be holding you to that. Don't worry about me. When I take a contract, I don't break it. Good to hear. Now let's get to it. You want to get us started, Fiona? A hand goes up reflectively to touch the pendant that hangs from her neck. She nods and turns to you. Alright, pay attention, Shadowrunner. I don't want to have to repeat myself. Just give me the damn briefing. We know that Crate and her people are dirty, but we don't have ironclad proof. We have to gather something concrete if we want to move on her. Why? You just said that you worked... that's a dumb answer because she's well respected. Got someone on staff who can read people's minds, right? Just use him on her the next time she goes to sleep. Problem solved. She shakes her head. Can't do it. That station that Crate lives in and works out of is a shield against magical intrusion. We couldn't even get one of our people in for more than a visit. Even if a task force mage did manage to read Crate's mind, the results wouldn't be admissible in court, and she'd know that she'd been scanned. Magical interrogation hurts. Tell me something I don't know. Choose right. We can't make any magical shortcuts take any magical shortcuts to getting the information that we need. If we could, we'd have done it already. What we need to do is gather solid and tangible evidence of Crate's wrongdoing. Financial records, written communications, video feeds, that sort of thing. We already know where the proof is being held, but we can't get to it without tipping our hand. And that's where you come in. Wait, what? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Just tell me what you need me to do. Crate likes to keep her people close to her. They've consolidated their power into a single police station on the harbor. She leans over and pulls up the image on her terminal, an aerial holopic of a squat building crowded up against the water's edge. There it is, an old SDU headquarters and Crate's current base of operations. They call it the Tiger's Den. Seriously? It's like something out of a bad Trid show. It's a throwback to the old days before the Executive Council took over. Back then, the SDU were colloquially known as the Tigers, or the Flying Tigers. Had patches on their uniforms and everything. When Mitsumusha took over the HKPF's contract, they did away with a lot of the old symbols. In this case, the nickname stuck. We're going to get you into the station. You're going to need to liberate the information that we need. And then we're going to take Crate and her people down. I'm hearing a lot of general talk about what's going to happen, precious few details as to how. We're getting to that. For now, I can tell you that you'll be smuggled to the insertion point by way of the harbor. We secured a transport for you through an old associate of yours, a pirate and a smuggler named Captain Jumbo. Great! More bouncy rides and Indonesian sailing songs to look forward to. You're working with Shadowrunners and a pirate? Aren't you supposed to be cops? She shrugs. We're a small task force. We have to work with the tools that we have. As long as you and Jomo can both follow basic instructions, everything should work out fine. We've already provided him with a copy of the station's timetable. He knows when they'll be flush with cops and when they'll be running a skeleton crew. He'll time your arrival so you'll have minimal resistance to contend with. You've trusted intel at the inner workings of an that's dumb. Alright, sounds like a plan. After Jomo gets you into the docking area, our woman on the inside will let you into the complex. You'll need to make your way up to the administrative level where that's where Crate's evidence room is located. We'll take up a position near the station, and from there we'll monitor your progress. Monitor us? How? I didn't know you were on a boat in Indonesia. What brought you there, roguelike girl? She lifts an object from the desk and tosses it to you, a portable surveillance device. Your team will be outfitted with mics, body cameras, and condition monitors before you leave. We'll have a clear view of what's going on inside the station. I don't want you watching me on the job. That's too bad, because this is our op. As long as you're inside, I need eyes on you for corporate oversight reasons. Rubbing her temples, she looks you in the eye. Mitsumusha has a financial stake in this operation going smoothly. I intend to make sure that it does. Oh, cool. Got it? You'll be spying on us, but if we land in hot water, you won't lift a finger to help. Have I got that right? If the shit truly hits the fan, if your heart rate's all flatline, say, then we'll do as much as we have to do to complete the mission. But you have to understand that our going in would strictly be a last resort. She's right, 71. We can't afford to take any chances. If Crater and her employers find out that about this task force, it'll put our entire operation into jeopardy. I wouldn't expect you to go in at all. As a rule, Johnsons don't get their hands dirty. I'm glad to hear that we understand each other. When you get to the admin level, you'll be stepping into hostile territory. Creightoner people have more or less taken over the whole floor, and they won't think twice about putting a bullet in your head if they catch you there. If you encounter any resistance up there, you're gonna have to shoot your way through. They won't give you the chance to do anything else. I'll be calling in a favor with Mitsumusha to bring down the station's comms, so you don't need to worry about them calling in outside help. Anyone who's already in the building is your problem to deal with. Thanks a lot, Johnny Big Time. Sorry I didn't get to spend too much long on your Titanfall 2 cast tonight, but it's always a pleasure to have you in here, and we will see you next time. We've got, you know what, we'll talk later. I've got a couple things coming up on the cast, which I think you'll like, so. What's my objective? The evidence room. The proof that you need should be stored on a disk in there, or maybe in a terminal. You'll be looking for a log of bribes accepted by Crate and the SDU. We could also use another proof of corruption, any other proof of corruption that you can find. Transaction records, archive communication between Crate and her clients, that kind of thing. You pull the evidence, get back on the boat, and return the package to us at the impound yard. We'll analyze it, and once we've made sure that we've got her nailed, we'll make our move on Crate. Alright, so I find the evidence room, grab the data that you need, and get back to Jomo. He'll bring me back here and to hand off the data. That's about the size of it. You think you can handle that? I guess we'll find out, won't we? You'll be fine. You made it through the walled city. You can handle a run on a police station. If you need gear, talk to Sergeant Lee out in the yard. He's our quartermaster. I'm sure that Captain Jomo can hook you up with anything that Lee can't, including additional personnel that you might need. The good captain asked about you, by the way. Wanted to have a word about some side work. Good to know. I'll find him when we're done. Oh, wait a minute. We'll wait on you to launch the operation. We're on your timetable here. When you're ready to go, talk to Jomo. We clear on that? Yeah, we're clear. Good. I'll see you in Crate's compound then. The constable standing before you is rail thin, with a wiry build and a lantern jaw. A pair of wire-rimmed glasses perch on the bridge of his nose, and his neck is wrapped in a sinuous tattoo. He glances up from his PDA, locking eyes with you. So, you're the person of interest that everybody's been talking about. I hear that Chu has big plans for you. You heard right. Lucky me, I guess. You are lucky. You get to walk back out of here when this is all over with. Most people in your line of work wouldn't be given that opportunity. Yeah, I know. What can I say? I lead a charmed life. I don't quite get that second line, so. I lead a charmed life. His lips curled into a half smile. Yeah, it seems that way. So is there something I can do for you, runner? What's your name, constable? I go by Hui. You're Lee, right? That's what it said on the form. That's me. Good to meet you, then. I don't get to talk to many of the people in your line of work. Not like this, anyway. Usually my talks with Shadowrunners here involve a lot of shouting and tasing, sometimes shooting. I'm a talker myself, so it's a nice change of pace. To go. Ways your way. Go on, then. I thought this was the guy we were supposed to get the job from by.
Which one of you's got a job for me?
Hello, trench-coated man. A solitary man stands by the rear of the command trailer. He's got a PDA in one hand and a can of Harbin Ice Brand beer in the other. His eyes are intense, and he taps rapidly on the PDA's screen in between sips from the can. In addition, a peculiar odor lingers around the area. The stench could be best described as a fusion of custard, cinnamon, and raw sewage. One second, I'll be right with you. Gotta finish checking my fantasy urban raw stats. He continues to tap away for a few moments, and then slides the PDA in his hip pocket. Draining his beer, he crumples the can and tosses it into a nearby bucket that's already filled to overflowing with empty bottles. There we are. Apparently satisfied, he turns to face of you. Now what can I do for you? Oh my god, Cantonese accent not happening. Who are you? You don't look like a cop. I'm not. He shrugs. Then again, neither are you, so we're in the same boat. Freelancers at Lem and Chu need to get their job done. Now I know what you're going to say. Working for a cop is strange for a freelancer, right? But I figure it's a steady paycheck, so why not take the work when it's offered? Plus it's safe here. It's not like I'm going to get shot at hanging around this impound lot. So what is it that you do for them? Decking, mainly. I guess the Wonder Twins couldn't get any stay-at-home decking support without raising a red flag to Crate and her people, so they opted for an off-the-book solution. Namely me. The name's Levick Stoles, by the way. 71, but then you probably know that already. Yeah, I know who you are. Q and Lam have been keeping tabs on you for a while now. Longer than I've been here, anyway. With a little luck, you people will soon be able to get this whole situation wrapped up soon. Then I can collect the money I was promised, maybe get the hell out of Hong Kong for good. Your Cantonese accent doesn't sound local. He cocks his head, a surprised expression on his face. Good ear. I moved to Surabaya 15 years ago. I learned Cantonese from my neighbor. If my dialect sounds odd, that's the reason why. I never expected my Cantonese to come in handy, but here we are. Why learn the language if you didn't expect to use it? He arches an eyebrow. Why would you buy a fire extinguisher if you don't expect to be on fire? Just in case, man. I speak 12 languages, including Yoruba, Salish, and Latvian. Hell, I even speak a little Basque. Try to get any use out of that one. I'm good with languages. The ones I don't know, I chip when I have to. But it's better to know things that never come up than it is to know something you have no idea. Than it is to need to know something that you have no idea what you're doing. Besides, I can order a beer anywhere in the world, guaranteed. That was an off chance that your bartender only speaks Esperanto. I've still got you covered. It's that horrible smell. Durian, want some? He snatches a plate of food from the chair next to him, holding it out to you. The fleshy blobs of yellow pump are definitely the source of the stench. As the plate gets closer, the other smells assault your nostrils. Cheese, raw ethanol, rotting onions, and raspberries, among others. You trying to poison me? Oh, you wound me, sir. He takes a slice from the plate and pops it into his mouth. A blissful expression washes over his face. Food of the gods, I promise you. There's nothing like durian in the entire world. It tastes amazing, and you can use it to make so many different things. Crepes, pancakes, gelato, donuts, you name it. It's a shame that Chu and Lam don't like the smell. That's why they sent me out here. They said I was stinking up the trailer. Just can't imagine why. Some of us just have more sophisticated tastes than others. Why are you in Hong Kong if you want to leave? Levick rubs the back of his head and inhales sharply. His expression grows sheepish. It's kind of embarrassing, to tell you the truth. Just tell me. He sighs with a shrug. All right, I'll tell you if you insist. It's like this, okay? I take field jobs sometimes. I don't like it. With some gigs, you just gotta be out there in person. This job was close to home, at least. A runner team in Jakarta had been contacted to steal an animal, but they didn't have a decker. My fixer put us in contact, and there I was, slicing through ice for them. Why would you be stealing an animal? Well, some people use bear gallbladders and rhinoceros horns for medicine, right? I think it was something like that. His mouth dips into a frown. Believe me, I didn't expect to be breaking into a zoo in the dead of night. Hold on a second, you were stealing from a zoo? Sure. I mean, I guess it sounds kind of cold, but where would you go to find rare animals? Pet store? The client wanted a particular kind of dolphin. A storm dolphin is what they're called, because storms shoot lightnings, drown sailors. They're real jerks, actually. Storm dolphins are jerks. So anyway, I'm jacked in the water flow control system for the Rangoon Zoo, using unshielded data line for the chimpanzee exhibit. Set up so that this one system's controlled the water supply for all the exhibits. Pumps, drains, the works. The plan was to hook up a tank of Soma-3 contact anesthetic into the water system, pump it into the storm dolphin tank, put them all to sleep. Sounds like a good plan. You think it was? He sighs wistfully. Actually, it was a good plan. Great one. Sometimes stuff happens that's out of your control. So everything's going fine so far, yeah? I've hacked the injection system that the zookeepers use to keep the water within acceptable pH limits for each tank, and the Soma-3 is going to get piped in. What I didn't realize was that the chimps had woken up, and they'd been getting more and more annoyed that I wasn't paying them any attention. They've been throwing stuff at me for a while. Sticks, bits of bark, stuff like that. Right as I'm about to start the Soma-3 pump, one of the chimps nails me in the head with a damn rock. Worse than that, when it hit me, it broke my Cyberdeck's lead off in my jack. Ouch. Dump jock to hell and back. That isn't the half of it. Since I was halfway through starting the pump sequence, when I got dumped, the system thought that I'd given it a half-finished command. So what does it decide that I wanted? To clean the dolphin tanks, of course. So it up and opens the service hatches on the side of the tank. Where did those empty out? The walkways, where the team was waiting. Don't ask me why the tank drained onto the walkways. It seems like a terrible design decision. So the rest of the team is suddenly bowled over by a flood of seawater and pissed-off man-hating lightning whales. Came streaming out of that tank like a bunch of rubbery Valkyries, chittering and squeaking to high heaven. All the while, they were blasting the hell out of everything with lightning. Sorry, Siri just thought I was talking. Suffice to say, the debacle wasn't subtle. Maria Mercurial laser show probably wouldn't have attracted less attention. Within minutes, the cops came screaming in to investigate reports of gunshots and strange lights in the sky, and I had to bail out of there as fast as I could. I could swear those storm dolphins were laughing at us too, even while they were flopping around on the concrete. So the team is pissed at you? Everyone's mad at me. The team thinks I screwed them over. All the storm dolphins got killed, so the police want me for that. The client wants me dead because I cost him his medicine. Sometimes at night I still is squeaking. It gives me chills. See you later, Levick. Try not to break into any more zoos. Yeah. Good luck to you too. It's actually a really fun little story. Did I talk to the quarter? Oh no, I haven't talked to the quartermaster yet. Something I can do for you, runner? You have a name? Lung. Sergeant Maria Lung. There's a story to go along with that name? My parents gave it to me, the old-fashioned way. They like traditions. Runners have a tradition of their own. They choose their street names. Mine's 71. That explains a lot. Lung clears her throat. Yeah, 71 explains everything. No. That all you wanted to ask me? Apparently so. Back to it. Task Force Quartermaster looks disarmingly nondescript in his standard issue uniform. His posture is rigid, his spine ramrod straight. He watches you with eyes the color of wet clay, and the corner of his mouth curls into a smile. So you're the new talent, the Shadowrunner. He rubs his nose with a sleeve. The brass told me that you've got clearance to buy here, so your money's welcome. If you need supplies, I can outfit you for a reasonable price. He gestures to an array of gear behind him. There are racks and racks of weapons, all neatly maintained. Off to one side, a pile of reinforced Duraplast crates catches your eyes. They all bear the HKPF insignia, but you can also see stickers on their casings. Mitsumusha, HK, Ares Arms, they look to be military surplus. Can't sell you everything, of course. There's some gear there back there that's technically off limits for someone with your clearance level. Have a look, though. See if anything catches your eye, and if you're cleared for it, we'll talk price. So Roguelike Girl, part of it, it's a half-form story, so I kind of had some broad strokes that I wanted to do, but in the case of 71, that's actually a name of a Dota 2 coach. And I thought it would be... I thought it was an interesting name for a runner. And then I also kind of liked it because it immediately asks the question, why is that guy named that? And you can make it a mysterious background name. So I kind of, when I was doing character creation, I just kind of came up with a little something in the background, which was always going to be just sort of like unspoken, but something that motivated the character. So it's a minor point. I mean, again, it's nice if you can sort of jump into the character if you can. You don't always have to flesh out the details, but if you have a couple of details that you can sort of think are driving forces behind the character, those make the game more satisfying to me. What's in the crates over there? That's the stuff I can't sell you, not technically. We're talking about big guns, the heavy ordnance, that kind of thing. Leans forward and lowers his voice. Of course, it's possible that an item or two could go missing and that the numbers on my inventory sheet could be wrong. The odds of that happening might increase if you did me a favor. Oh, and what kind of favor are we talking about? The kind I can't trust my brothers in uniform to help me with. The kind that you go to a Shadowrunner for. If you help me out, it's possible that some merchandise could find its way from those crates to your boat. You never can tell. Describe in detail what you need me to do. A friend of mine is in trouble. Bad trouble. I'd be first in line to help him myself, but my hands are tied. I know exactly what happened to him and why, but I can't intervene to help save his life. You, my friend... you help my friend, and maybe I'll forget to carry the one I'm writing out of my next inventory control sheet. I've already done the legwork. You finish the job for me, see to it that my friend gets the help that he needs, and there'll be a nice payday in it for you, and maybe a clerical error or two related to the gear in those crates. You'll still have to pay for the gear, but I'll do the work to make sure that nobody notices it's disappeared. His finger dances over the touchscreen of his PDA and the screen flashes twice in response. Just forward you the pertinent details. You'll find them on your mission computer. Please don't drag your feet on this. My friend really is in terrible trouble. He won't hold out much longer. Don't worry, you can count on me. Thanks. Now, want to look at any of the gear that I've got on the rack? It's up to you, pal. Just say the word. How'd you get involved with this task force? He shrugs. Got assigned to it the same way that most constables here were. Believe it or not, this wasn't a volunteer assignment for most of us. When the Executive Council hands you an edict, you follow it. Tell me about yourself, Sergeant. He chuckles. I don't really think there's much to say. Been with the Force 20 years now. I've been loaning out gear for most of it. Got a wife back home and a couple of kids. That's about it, really. His sentence trails into an awkward silence. I've never really been one for small talk. You want to talk about armor or armaments? This kind of secure tech fabric is the best for What kind of secure tech fabric is best for stopping a ceramic knife? I'm your man. If you're looking for anything else, though, you're barking up the wrong tree. Not trying to be friendly, mind you. Just not a people person, per se. Fair enough. Suit yourself. So do you have any other business here, or... Let's take a look at the supplies. Armor? Well, we've got some cash. Probably go for the street operative just to look like a badass. Let's see what they've got gun-wise. Yeah, so unless I want to use the minigun, I've got the best gun that I can get. So I guess what I should check first is if I can get any cyberware. I really should have been paying attention to who gives me the other mission. Because I'm pretty sure once we go here, yeah, that's Joma, we're going to go on the mission. Medical kiosk or cyberware machine. A massive titanium chamber with wire-reinforced windows looms over you. The machine itself is cold to the touch. The chill seems to be emanating from the assembly area within. To the right of the machine, the holographic display provides a 3D view of the cyberware packages that are available for installation. With a crackle, a pre-recorded message plays. Welcome to the warehouse. Product of Cryogen Incorporated. Please select your desired service. Alright, I think we can probably improve things for us. So skin and legs are the first things we should be working on. Excuse me. I think it's dodge and quickness is our best. Nope, it's the universal Omnitech. Okay, this is weird. So we've got enhanced articulation, which costs more. Passive 1 dodge, 1 quickness. This one costs a little bit less and gives HP. I guess it's the essence. I guess it's the fact that it's less essence. But yeah, I think I'll just go for these. Skin-wise, theoretically, if I could manage all of it, either it would be the bonus charisma, so I've maxed that out, or I guess the Ares dermal plating. That's another 3,000. Yeah, we'll just go for this. I don't think there's any reason to go to this kiosk. Automated procedures, what? Yeah, I don't think I really need any of these. What are you implying, Jesse Quill? You want to play as a non-mage? So oh, that's right. You always play as a mage. So I need to scrounge up 1,840. think I'll just accept that I can't have the best of everything. Alright, on with the journey. Captain Jomo stands beside his speedboat, surveying the docks as if surveying his kingdom. His stance is relaxed, but an air of impatience lingers about him. His narrowed eyes and crossed arms suggest that he's been waiting a while. As you approach, his eyes light up, and he throws his hands into the air. Jomo claps you on the back, grinning wildly. "Hello, my friend! Finally they let you out of that ugly shed! I thought there'd be many more hours at least. They have no sense of urgency." I'm shocked. I never thought a professional smuggler like you would get picked up by the police. He puffs out his chest indignantly. "You insult me! Jomo is too slippery to be snared by the policeman's hook. I'm here because they paid me for the privilege, the same as any other client. What does Jomo care if they wear badges and uniforms? Nuyen is Nuyen, is it not?" Hopefully we can both make some money while we're here. Music to Jomo's ears. If they wish our help, they must grease the wheels with Joss, and my wheels are rusty indeed. So, my friend, how can Jomo assist you? Do you need a ride someplace? If so, say the word, and we'll be off like a typhoon. He lowers his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Or perhaps you're interested in contraband. Goods of the sort that our uniformed allies will not provide. I have all manner of unusual things for sale, if you have the Nuyen. Senior Inspector said you were looking for me earlier. What's on your mind? Ah, of course. I have a friend with a bit of a problem. His problem involves a family member, mega corporations, and stubborn guards with guns. He asked if I could handle it, but I'm a smuggler, not a shadow runner. You, however, could fit the bill nicely. I don't want to repeat the details here. The police don't need to know. Jomo slips a PDA out of his pocket and taps it. Here, I've sent you the details. It should be on your computer already. Look it over and let me know if you're interested in the job. It's a hell of a speedboat you got there. He beams at you, his tusks glinting. It's a thing of beauty, isn't she? With Jomo at the wheel, the drunken mistake can outrun anything on the South China Sea. The drunken mistake, huh? How'd she get her name? Ah, well, her former owner was a Fushi executive, a bloated canker of a man, drunk on power and British gin. Captain Jono barks with laughter. He took this fine vessel, a one-man pleasure cruise, blundered into Johojawa waters, and stalled her out. I came upon him, drifting helplessly, crying for help against the roar of the uncaring sea. You're a pirate. I think I can put two and two together. Jomo raises his hands, an eyebrow arcing at the same time. I did not kill him, if that's what you're thinking. Jomo's not so heartless as to kill such a pitiful specimen as this. Naturally, I helped the poor soul into my safe seaworthy dinghy. Then I crossed over to the beautiful machine you see and restarted her engines, and the rest is history. I named my prize the Drunken Mistake to commemorate that fateful day, and as a salute to her former owner. Jomo places his hand on his heart. May he live a long, besotted life, wherever the tides may have taken him, and if the waves dragged him down before he saw land again, let him drink forever in the afterlife. Let's take a look at the unusual things. Four unread messages. Okay, undersea lab job. From Sergeant Lee, undersea land job. Hey, good to see that you're interested in my proposal, my friend. The one with the problem is named Meng Kai Sao. He's been infected with a disease and thinks it was done deliberately. Here I've attached the video message he sent me. His condition is worsening by the day, so I'd really appreciate it if you could help him out. He's fairly high up in the Mono Bay International. He's got a lot of money and he needs some heavy lifting freelancers to help him out, so I figured he would be right up your alley. An elder man with a sickly pallor sits down in front of the camera and coughs several times. A series of intravenous lines have been attached to his arms, with a pair of respirator tubes that snake into his nose. When he speaks, his voice is querulous and has a breathless quality to it. Lee, I know this is a lot to ask, but I don't have anywhere else to turn. I'm dying, Lee. The bastards at Shiawase did this to me. I don't know how, but they got someone close enough to me and they infected me with some kind of experimental bioagent. Monobe's best researchers are working around the clock, but ordinary treatments aren't cutting it. They figure they'll be able to synthesize a cure in 6 or 7 months, but I've only got about 1. The doctors tell me that they need to create a line of monoclonal antibodies to fight this thing. Lucky for me, I know where one is. The Shiawase bastard that did this has been in contact with me. They said they'd give me doses of the treatment. Just enough to keep me alive, but not enough to kill all of the virus. All I have to do is sell out Monobe, give them insider information on our projects. Meng pounds a fist into the armrest of the chair, doubling over with racking coughs. The hell with that. They want to play with fire? So be it. I need you to use your contacts. Find me some goddamn mercenaries. Not just any mercenaries either. I'll pay top dollar. And I want the best, you hear me? Monobe's information warfare teams have tracked the probable location of the germ warfare lab that this goddamn disease came from. Some undersea place out in Naumehoi, code name Namazu. It's totally unlisted, and that means only one thing. Illegal research. The mercenaries need to get into that lab, find the germ warfare section, and give the monoclonal antibodies that I need to live. Don't worry about getting down there. I'll loan you a mini-sub. Our security techs assure me they can blank the facility's sensor grid for just long enough to get a team inside. I don't care how our contractors go about acquiring the cure, so long as they get it to me quickly. If they want to be quiet little mice, great. If they feel like blowing the whole facility apart, I'm fine with that too. Just get me the goddamn cure. Let me know when you found somebody. So there you go. His family and mine have been friends for a long time, but there's no way that I can help directly on this one. This is Shiawase we're talking about here. They hold a seat on the executive council. They pay my salary, albeit indirectly. Let me know when you decide what to do. Take the run. If you're reading this, then you've elected to take the job. This automated reply has let Meng know, and the mini-sub should be prepped and ready when you arrive. Go talk to Jomo, he'll take you to the submersible. We'll read the rest of these when we're ready to take them. As usual, we bring the dream team. Oh, interesting. So apparently El Duce is a street samurai searching Hong Kong for evidence to use in his personal vendetta against the Shiawase Corporation. Namazu. The trip to Lee's loaned mini-sub is uneventful, as is transit to the area near Hong Kong where Shiawase has built their research laboratory. The sub descends swiftly, and you are kept company by the hissing of oxygen scrubbers and the occasional ping of active sonar striking your hull. As you near the coordinates of the lab, Jomo begins switching off all but the most essential systems. After a few minutes, brighter light filters through the portholes as you ascend into the moon pool. There's a dull thud as the facility's clamp closes around the sub to lift it free. I think I've got what I need. Should probably give people bumonas though. Hello, Debbie Swears. Great to see you too. I'm doing pretty well. I actually feel a little tired, but not finishing the stream kind of tired. I think we'll just load people up with grenades and medkits. All right, that's good enough. Does it have to do with having to wake somebody up in the morning? Because whoever made you do that is a dick. Alright. Let's take a look at the karma screen. I mean, there's not a whole lot for me to do, to be completely honest. As far as my abilities, I've kind of maxed out the stuff that's good. I could put more into body. I could also max out my quickness, but I've sort of got like my best rifle abilities. I do get another etiquette. Yeah, I don't really see the point in doing the... If I'm gonna do something, it should either be strength, cyberware affinity, or quickness. Okay, you know what? I will start putting some things into strength once I get the cyberware for it, but I think in this case here I'm just going to level up dodge, and that'll be it. The submarine base smells like a hospital, antiseptic and sterile despite the presence of seawater. The sharp scent of rubbing alcohol intermingles with the metallic bite of stainless steel, dominating your sense of smell and drowning out everything else. The floor vibrates faintly under your feet, a soft electrical buzz likely emanating from the electronics packed behind the facility's walls. You can hear the hum all around you, like the droning sound of 1,000 tiny wings. We made good time. I wasn't expecting to get here so quickly. You asked Jomo, he delivered. Welcome to Shiawasi's foremost bioengineering labs. Great location, lah? I'll lock the door once you leave this room to keep uninvited guests away from our sub. The bay isn't on the same level as the labs, but there should be an elevator that you can take deeper into this sea hive. Some trams too, according to the blueprints. Go, do your job. I will keep the sub prepped and ready for your return. But places like this make me uncomfortable. Too clean. Try not to keep Jomo waiting too long. This germ warfare lab is what we need to find. It should be a pretty straight shot from here to there. Oh, and 71? Places like this aren't known for the forgiving attitudes of their security staff. The guards are probably trained to shoot on sight, so we should plan on shooting them first. Alright, time to get this job underway. Let's watch the stealth mechanics. Tip, there are no stealth mechanics. Although I suppose if I go to the turn-based mode, I should be able to navigate a little bit better. Or I just do what I'm good at and like blow everything away. Isabel hisses under her breath, grabbing your arm. Shit! Guards over there! Look! There's no way we're getting past them without a fight. At least they don't seem to have seen us yet. Maybe they're asleep at the wheel. I say we try to slip past. No, no way. Just look at them there. They're positioned around the doorway. She flaps an arm in the guard's general direction. You mark my words on this. If you try walking in there, be prepared for anything but a fight. We're gonna get hosed. Maybe we don't need to walk into the lab then? So I'm a little curious what I can get away with walking into these labs. I know if I walk into there, it's going to be a problem, but what happens if I try to use the computer? Oh, yep. Ah, you moron. You know what? That wasn't so bad for us. Alright. It's definitely my better fighter. I think we're just going to do what we normally do at this point. Nice thing is I've got a dragon line that I can easily get involved with, so Raptor, as usual, will overcharge Kashai. And where do I want to put Raptor? Hopefully somewhere safe. But those seem to be few and far between. I'm gonna put you over into the corner. Alright, Isabel, what are we gonna do with you? This is actually not a bad spot. So ideally I can take out the drone. But I think if I dedicate Isabel to it, it's not gonna work. Right, let's just start with the mage then. I also kind of want to don't hit. I sort of want to avoid hitting civilians if I can. Alright. I'm not crazy about it, but I do sort of need to run interference because Gobbet's in a bad position, so. I think what we'll do... Kashai can't reach the captain. Damn it, Kashai! Yeah, this is not a good call. Let's go for the drone instead. Drone on drone action. He's behind cover. Alright, Gobbet, you know what to do. I think we're just going to continue the flush them out of cover and eliminate them pattern. Well, this is going well. The table displays circuity diagrams of some kind of neural cyberware. Let's get Kashai to... Oh, I can't reach it. Alright, well... I'll at least get a pot shot in. Let's see what Raptor can do about this. Probably not much. In fact, he'll probably just be in the way, so you can go check the windows. Thick bullet-resistant plexiglass forms the laboratory wall. I don't think any of my guys are damaged, actually, so let's just let's to make Isabel a better shot. Alright, let's start with Kashai just so I can avoid having to redo my, reload my weapon. Best team ever! Large computer system, most likely used for advanced software programming. The terminal has been left unlocked and is currently logged into a junior lab technician's user account. Undersea Research Laboratory Namazu. Gamma for Annex. Neural Engineering Studio. Mail server active. Cabin 1. Combat persona progress. 2. Deep cover operatives. Select the first message thread. Chung, how are we coming with the next revision of the Reaper Personafix chips? Yamada says that the cyberware suite adjustments have been made. I'm anxious to get them into preliminary testing before the month is out. If anything is blocking you, let me know. I'll get what you need right away. Jay Gnai, Senior Researcher. Everything is on schedule. We had to take some of the sleep cycle subroutines out and revise them in simulation. They were adversely affecting norepinephrine production? Jesse Quill, help! And our subjects weren't generating the hostility levels that we were looking for. We should have the new chips ready in the next few days. After that, we can run a few subjects and live tests. Do you have a preferred locale in mind? Dr. Chung, Neural Engineering Team Lead. I'll have to check with the Transport Division, but I'm guessing that Shamshui Po is our best bet. Any tests that we conduct will get written off as the kind of random violence that's endemic among the sinless population there. We don't want the authorities, or heaven forbid another megacorp, taking an interest in the tests we're running. Jane Guy, Senior Researcher. I have a progress update for Project Silver Dream, subjects that are already out in the field, Dr. Guy. Subjects 108, 337, 72, woo, just missed it, and 210 have all been inserted into their new lives, and they've been making regular check-ins via their assigned matrix drops. Details are as follows. No repinephrine is for blood pressure. Subject 108's new identity as a motor pool mechanic with Komatsu Limited, specifically their Korean mining operations branch. 108's exposure to sensitive data is limited, but he's providing us with a great deal of inside information about Komatsu's logistics and supply chain, as well as their prospective future mining expansions. Subject 337 is an executive assistant to a middle manager at Crash Cart Medical Services. She's providing us with a wealth of recorded meeting data, and we're learning a lot about the weak links in Crash Cart's management chain. 72 has been hired as a software engineer by Transys Neuronet Asia. He's initiated a data siphon, albeit a slow one. Reports indicate that our deeper programming has encouraged him to earn the trust of his new coworkers before stepping up the rate of data transfer. Lastly, 210 is working in the security division of Yakushima's Shanghai offices. As a Reaper chip recipient, we have the ability to trigger his kill protocol at any time. Let me know if and when you want to test that out. Given the nature of his job duties, it should prove a very effective test. Oh, that's pretty jacked up. They're doing some kind of chip-based mind control down here, making sleeper agents, turning people into puppets. All the more reason to get this done quickly and get the hell out. For those of you who didn't know, reason why I was asking Jessie Quill about medical terminology is she was, in fact, an assistant to Ben Carson back when he was a surgeon rather than a political candidate. Although I never asked you, did you wind up working on his campaign? The computer's monitor grows brightly, awaiting your input. Undersea Research Laboratory Namazu, Gamma 4 Annex, Neural Engineering Studio. Now, Jessie Quill, I don't think that's very Christian language. Leo2 is now auto-hosting me for 5 viewers. Hello, Leo2 fans. Thank you very much, Leo2, for that host. Regrettably, with the move, I don't think I'm really working well for Liatu's time zone, but he's definitely a valued fan of the cast. I don't think if you abbreviate it, it's any better, Jess. I believe that is both blasphemy and foul language. Anyways, guys, Liatu is he actually does a lot more CRPGs than I do, so if this is the sort of stuff that you guys like watching, definitely he's worth checking out. Alright, first archive message. Kendrick, I need a favor from you. I need you to get me one of the non-Reaper subjects from Project Silver Dream. It should be somebody who's good for a blue-collar job in a cafe or a restaurant or someone like that. Wipe the subject's chip clean, save for the basics. We'll need to build a custom identity from the ground up. Give me a day to clear the paperwork with central control. Won't take more than 5 minutes to clear the persona fix for whatever slob I pull. Are you looking for any cyberware in particular? If so, it might complicate things. Most of our subjects have had pre-assigned suites installed for testing purposes. As long as the subject has relatively unobtrusive implants, it should be fine. No visible combat augmentations or obvious cyberware. Nothing like that. Use your best judgment. I have to work a few things out with Tang and pathology, so you can take your time on this. There's no rush. Good to know. I think I'll have one that'll work. 91. Human male, late 20s, average height. His only obvious implants are a data jack and an ordinary cyber leg. Pre-existing too, so it's not one of our upgraded models. I have him prepped. Project Silver Dream Asset Accounting and Disposition. Active 41 subjects. Field 29 subjects. Inactive/killed 416 subjects. Hey, you know what happens when 4 more subjects die? A tragedy, that's what, you crazy YOLO blaze it swag. Okay. Acquisition. Subjects have been acquired from across the Hong Kong Free Enterprise Zone. Primary locations are Aberdeen, Yaoyatchen, Kwantong, and Kowloon City. With the recent loss of the walled city, Kowloon has become a less attractive location for subject acquisition. Future possibilities include expansion to Shenzhen, Indonesia, and Shanghai. To date, approximately 71% of chosen subjects have been sinless, 23 possessed a criminal sin, and 6% possessed a standard sin. Given these numbers, it is unsurprising that there have been no official investigation into subjects' whereabouts. However, Project Silver Dream personnel must take care not to draw attention to their project by recruiting too heavily from the same neighborhoods. Medical closet access. Anybody here know the door code for the medical closet in Delta 25? One of the handlers got his finger smashed in the door, and he'd lost a good amount of blood before the tram could get him back to Gamma 4. Speaking of which, it does seem kind of stupid. Does it seem kind of stupid to everybody else that we lock up the medical closets? What gives? Gee, let me think. There isn't a lot to do down here, and we've got a lot of mind-altering substances in medical closets. Why do you suppose that we'd keep the closets locked? While you ponder that, the code's 8236. Get what you need to fix your handler's boo-boo. But if anything goes missing, you can expect Commander Guerra to come knocking. Dr. Aoki, Pharmaceuticals Research. Research. Alright, let's see if I can be sneaky and sneak up on them. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Alright. Be very quiet, chat. If we're careful, we can get the drop on them. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? No, I can't do this. Maybe they'll be willing to talk. No, I don't think they'll be willing to talk. But how can I know if I just attack them before? If I attack them, then I'm the aggressor. That would be bad, right? I mean, they're all looking the wrong way. Maybe I can, go to the other part of the level like this. Suppressive fire! Oh, that actually really sucked. And that's a really long way to get to a dragon line. I am sort of learning the disadvantage of not having a melee expert. Kashai kind of counts, though. So I can go for the Enforcer, or I can go for the Conjurer. Well, you know, the Conjurer is potentially going to get me an ally, so let's go for the Enforcer. Alright, there's no good spot for Raptor, so let's just, we'll get him out of play so he can kind of clean up the area. And we are in grenade territory for this, but hopefully we can take this guy down before that becomes a problem. And it's a problem. Although the cover did wind up saving it. Alright, so we learn why Rat is one of the best totems in the world. My Typhoon. Alright, and I'm going to move 71 straight up. So I think what we'll start off with actually is Kashai to try and rip up the Enforcer. Failure! Alright, so that means that Isabel is now on deck. Alright, that's good because we, I don't need to waste 71 on any more stuff. So the question now is, do I want to go after the Conjurer or do I want to go after the drone? In this case, especially with Isabel, I want to be taking the time to go for the one with the higher probability. Basically, the higher expected damage would be the way to look at that. Raptor, we're going to put up to the front line. You could potentially improve Kashai, but in this case I think we just need him to help out with the fighting. And I think in this case I'm actually gonna go for the drone, yeah. So I have leftover shots. Oh wait, did that thing escape? Yep, it did. Interesting. We'll just switch guns for that. Actually, I think the AUG is... yeah, AUG does more damage, so... So now we just need to deal with the Typhoon. That is not how you deal with a Typhoon, Isabel. Raptor, can you do us proud? You cannot do us proud, sir. There we go. Cyberware Implementation Suite is prepped and ready for a patient. The computer sits unmanned, ready to receive input. Undersea Research Laboratory, Namazu, Gamma 4 Annex, Cyberware Implantation Clinic, Laboratory Access. Okay. Dang, make sure Subject 91 gets moved to one of the hot labs, minimum biosafety level 4. Once we've got him in there, we'll need to move him out of a cryo tank. We'll move him out in a cryo tank until he's back on land. Nobody opens that container unless they want to be confined to cold storage themselves. Are you sure? We spent a lot of time and money implanting experimental cyberware into those test subjects. You infect them with anything from a BSL-4 lab, and their life expectancy drops to a week or two tops. On that note, where's the subject going on the surface? Do we have the containment team standing by? Is security in place to prevent accidental breach? Winston Deng, Logistics Officer. Let me worry about all of that. You'll be covered if anything goes wrong. We're just conducting an unusual field test, that's all. Nothing for you to lose sleep over. Jay Guy, senior researcher. Gobbet plants a hand on her hips and scowls. Yeah, nothing to worry about there. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Second email. Okay, Hung. Since you're on the new project, you probably aren't aware of the various suites we've been installing in the test subjects. Buckle in and pay attention. I'm going to give you a basic rundown. Reaper. The Reaper suite and chip were designed for heavily enhanced combat models. They've been given a variety of implanted weapons, musculoskeletal enhancements, and an assortment of bodywear packages to enhance their close combat capabilities. The Personifix chip keeps them docile and ensconced in whatever fantasy life they've cooked up for them until we flip the switch. When that happens, all hell breaks loose. Reaper carriers were designed to work as distractions, saboteurs, etc. They're no good as assassins because the methods we use to override the amygdala prevent them from recognizing specific targets. They can discern between friend and foe, but that's about it. They won't seek out a designated target over any other given hostile. How are you doing, Captain Bear? Thanks for stopping by again. Dreamer. The Dreamer package was designed for deep cover operatives. First, we take a test subject with a superficially similar background to our projected target identity. Then we read their memories using an assist biofeedback system and program a chip for their new life and habits. The cyberware includes a number of neural shunts, data filters, and mnemonic locks that make certain subconscious espionage activity certain their subconscious espionage activities aren't remembered. Ghost. Last is the Ghost package, the assassination suite. The goal with this package is simple: maximum infiltration, maximum lethality. They've got a vocal modulation, retinal duplication, and a slew of close combat skill wires, whatever other spyware we can cram in. They get close to a target and wait for activation. When they've been activated, they do whatever they need to do to get within proximity of their target, and that's when the cranial bomb detonates. Shit, in my experience, things like this always go to hell. Let's hope they've got a backup plan. I'm alright, Captain Bear. I've been a little slow in getting underway on the Shadowrun mission, but the epilogue is a lot more big than I thought it would be. I didn't think there was just going to be like a throwaway mission or something like that, but I didn't quite expect that there would be the same sort of period of optional runs like in the main game. So this is a pleasant surprise. The research station is unlocked, ready for your perusal. Timeline and special report. How close are we on that special project, Chung? I need the subject in the field testing by the end of the week. Central is breathing down my neck to get results, and I'm not going to let a slowdown on your end get me demoted. It's only so fast I can move, Nye. Writing the persona that you specified will take a minimum of 4 days. We could do it faster if you'd lend us more people, but no, you wanted to keep this to core team. Give me some help from the cybernetics firmware team, and you should be able to move closer to your proposed timeline. Okay, Chung, you win. You can have Deng and his 2 assistants. Deng, I want you to help Chung with whatever he needs. This is a red ball. The end of the fiscal quarter is coming up, and I will not have another bad review. Got it. We'll shift priorities immediately. Items missing from weapons locker. Okay, people, we've had to change the code for the weapons locker again. Our security drones kept crashing whenever anyone input the previous code. QA managed to track the problem down to an Easter egg that somebody wrote in their object recognition code. I guess that 1337 has some significance to some joker on the engineering team. Given this new information, we've changed the code to 4077. Hopefully this will resolve our random drone crashes. Furukawa Security Division. A frozen metahuman lies within this cryotank, awaiting surgery. Alright, now I'm ready to answer the telecom. The telecom brings to life, and a woman's face appears on the screen. The HUD below the image identifies her as Dr. Janet Teng. Below her name, the words Gamma-4 Pathogen Hot Lab appear in bold red print. Hey, Rogisaki, how are you doing? It's difficult to make out the woman's features from behind the telecom screen in her hazmat mask, but her eyebrows are knit together in an angry line. She taps on the receiver.
Hello? Can you hear me?
She leans towards the screen, squinting. Much of her face is covered, but her clear complexion tells you that she's probably young, in her late 20s maybe. Her mouth and jaw are hidden behind a rebreather. You can hear the frown in her voice.
All this damned racket is making it hard to hear anything. I've got alarms blaring from every corner of the lab. I don't know what you're doing over there, but it's impossible for us to work under these conditions.
Her voice gets louder, angrier.
I swear, if this is another impromptu drill, do you know how much progress I've made on HN 539? Do you? Almost none! I'm barely a quarter of the way into this thing. In fact, and I've got a deadline to meet.
Well, okay, that's fine. Everybody's fine here. How are you doing? What's your operating number? Everything's fine over here, Doctor. Probably just another security drill.
I swear, if those meatheads at Base 11 ever want this antimicrobial finished, I'm gonna need...
She recoils with a start, then leans in, blinking.
Hey, you're not security!
Boring conversation anyway. Yes, I am. The screen resolution is just low. It's me, Kendrick.
I'm not an idiot. Kendrick's in logistics, not security. You, however...
The doctor's eyes widen and she leans back.
I don't know you.
Gobbett's eyes dart back and forth between you and the screen. I think that she's getting suspicious. The doctor blinks as if trying to confirm what she's seeing, and she turns to look at something behind her. When she turns back to her screen, her expression is stern.
I don't know what you're doing here, but you'd better stay where you are.
The sincerity of her words is undercut by the tremor in her voice. Gobbett raises one hand to her mouth and makes a crackling noise akin to radio static. Between breaths, she speaks loud, muffled words into her hands. Sorry, you're cutting. Must be something wrong with the connection. I can't hear you.
I'm warning you, things will get ugly fast if you try to leave the sector you're in.
You see her hand tremble as she slaps the receiver. The telecom screen crackles and goes black.
No use, we're losing you.
When Gobbett realizes that the transmission is over, she lowers her hand and studies the HUD. She looks hopefully at you. You think she bought it? Oh yeah, definitely. With a toothy grin, she holds up a thumb and gives you a wink. Professionals. Yeah, now I say boring conversation anyway, and I shoot it. I'm really sorry to hear about that, Rogue Usagi. I'm glad that it seems like everything sort of is back in equilibrium now, but that sounds like a very difficult situation to deal with. I think I know the code to this. Yes! Ares Voltec Grenade, an advanced grenade which releases an electric shock in the surrounding area. It does 14 HP damage and 3 AP damage. I like. Nemesis Arms Gyrojet Pistol. I guess I'll give that to Gobbett. I guess I'll give that to the stash.
Don't mind me, guys.
Unless you're prisoners, in which case, losers. Row upon row of man-sized pods line the walls of this room. Each pod contains a single occupant, men and women, bound by restraints, all of them apparently asleep. The people in the pods seem almost peaceful in their slumber. They occasionally twitch and sway, but otherwise they remain motionless. You lean in to get a closer look. The sleeper inside has weathered craggy features that you've come to associate with street-level living, but he's wearing a surprising amount of chrome for a homeless man. Ugly welts and bruises mottle his skin, and a handful of fresh wounds paint his torso. The incisions on his torso are surprisingly neat and clean, a recent surgery perhaps. Upon closer inspection, you see a slim braided cable that stretches from the wall to the sleeping man's data jack. The other end of the cable has been hooked into a nondescript Shiawase device that has been integrated into the pod. Glancing down the line of pods, you can see that all the sleepers are connected to their pods in a similar fashion. Gobbet's hand shoots into her mouth. She looks like she might be sick. That's disgusting! These poor people. This isn't science. It's a damn metahuman testing facility. Isabel motions towards the Shiawase device in one of the rooms. 71, take a look at that. Each pod has one. My guess is that they're jacked into the Matrix and being forced to sleep, like a dream world that shuts down the higher brain functions. If there were only some way to get them out of here. Something clanks nearby. Sound reverberates in the air, stretching and lengthening into a persistent hum. It sounds a bit like an ambient drone of an air circulation system, but as you listen it grows louder. It gradually dawns on you that the noise isn't coming from the walls, but the pods that protrude from them. Well, that's ominous. There's another loud clank, and as you catch a hint of motion in the pod nearest you, the pod's occupant, a battered troll riddled with chrome, shifts uneasily against his restraints. As you watch, those restraints disconnect. The troll's eyes slide open, and his face twists into a hateful snarl. Gobbet nearly leaps backward in surprise. Oh, this thing's aura! Its anger is so overwhelming I can almost taste it. There's no mind, just emotion. Really angry emotion. A monitor near you flickers to life. A nervous-looking Dr. Tang addresses you, eyes darting frantically around the room.
I can't allow you to progress any further. Shiawase has invested millions of nuyen into the research in this lab, and I can't let you threaten it. If you get any closer, I'm gonna have to stop you.
I've seen what you're doing to these people, Doc, and I'm gonna put a stop to your research. Permanently.
Don't make this more difficult than it has to be. I'm coming to your lab whether you want me to or not.
I can't let you do that. I can't.
She looks to the right, just off screen, and makes a slicing gesture with her right hand. She hisses to somebody off camera.
I gave you the signal. Open the pods, damn it. Wake the damn things.
The troll peers through red, vacant eyes. The door of the pod slides open, like a chain reaction. Several other pods follow suit. There's an explosion of motion from the pods, and the subjects contained within charge you like a pack of rabid beasts. Saves me the trouble. So they're both equal. Alright, well, you know what? Let's do this right. Oh, line of sight blocked. No good. Oh, for fuck, no, don't do that. Alright, that's not quite how I wanted to do this turn, but I think I can still make this work. I'm going to use next round to do that. Okay, Ractor, I need you to redeem the team. Alright, sure thing, Jesse, cool. I think I'm gonna strip the armor from the troll, actually. And then we will... Oh, come on, man. Alright, in that case we're just going to double down on the troll. Alright, Ractor... Well look, they're all going to be melee characters, so I think we just open fire with everything we've got. Let's continue to pile on the troll. Nope. Alright, Isabel. I think we need Isabel to actually focus on some of the... Actually, no. Gonna drop... wrong gun. Okay, hopefully the headshot does it. Yep. Alright, so we're gonna start by stripping armor. And then we're gonna do further armor stripping, but alright, so I get to... Hopefully I can heal Ractor from this position. Nope, line of sight blocked, so I'm actually going to move Ractor into a better position for that. I'll try and keep him able to take on these guys, but... I should have stripped the armor before I moved Kashai in, but that's not going to be the end of the world. Let's do a double tap. Nice. So in this case we'll just stand our ground and take the guy on. Sure, go ahead, Rokusaki. You turn to see Dr. Tang watching the scene from the telecom. Her face visibly pales as the final test subject falls to the floor. She splutters, barely able to form a coherent sentence.
You can't... all of them?
She stares bug-eyed into the camera, her pupils flitting back and forth as she takes in the carnage on the screen.
But they're supposed to be killing machines. Their cyber war was top of the line.
Oh, did I break your toys?
They weren't toys, damn it. They were invaluable research subjects. The end result of years of research. I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but they were worth more than you can imagine to the science that we're doing here. All that time, all that work, flushed down the drain for nothing. I sacrificed those subjects to stop you. You know why? Because you can't be down here. I'm not kidding. You have to turn back the way you came. Look, you have no idea what I was storing down here, how dangerous this place is.
Her voice is level, but you can hear the undercurrent of desperation here.
Your even being here is a huge breach of every lab safety protocol on the books. You still can turn back.
The death of these test subjects is on you, not me, but if you do what I say, there doesn't have to be any more bloodshed. If you're using test subjects to slow us down, then you really are out of options. He nods contemplatively. Excellent. That means that you understand your predicament. We'll be in your lab shortly, Doctor. I would advise you to stay out of the way.
Look, you don't get it. I worked in a BSL-4 hot lab. That means I'm surrounded by aerosolized, lethal, highly infectious pathogens.
Her voice comes out in a tight rasp.
Literally anything that you find in here could kill you, horribly. Hell, half the stuff in here could cause a global pandemic if it were to escape quarantine. This is more important than your damn job.
She takes a deep breath and then releases it into the mic.
Look, I don't expect you to listen to me. But I'm going to say it one last time. It would be in everyone's best interest for you to turn back, especially yours.
She cuts the transmission and her face winks out across the various trid screens in the room. The door is sealed tight, an access panel beside it flashes red. Laboratory Gamma 4 quarantine security lockdown engage. Access level Omega 4 required for entry. Locked. Shouldn't be a problem though. Try the key card you picked up, 71. If I remember correctly, it should have the appropriate credentials. Swipe the key card. You lift the card to the slot, but just before you can slide it through, the figure of the frightened woman erupts onto the scanner screen. Dr. Janet sang.
I told you before, you can't come in here.
Her breaths come in tight, panic gasps. She's doing her best to stay calm, but she's clearly terrified.
I don't like repeating myself, so listen. Please. This lab is restricted for a reason. Besides the obvious fact that it's full of deadly contagions, it also contains highly sensitive and very expensive equipment that only trained scientists can handle. You barge in here and mishandle a single vial, and you will in all likelihood infect yourself with whatever's inside. That would be a disaster. I mean that quite literally.
Guess you better give me some incentive not to mishandle any vials then. Beads of sweat trace their way down her forehead.
Are you joking or just crazy? How many times do I have to tell you what'll happen if you come in here and make a mistake?
Ractor scoffs at her. Come now, Doctor. Given the remote access precautions that these labs take, I seriously doubt exposure that is a serious risk. If there's anything like the labs that we had back in Russia, anything that could pose a serious threat is hidden behind rows of negative pressure safety nets, and accessible only via remote-operated Waldo frames. I didn't come this far just to turn back now. Alright, now we start smashing stuff! Hey Gobbet, start drinking out of random vials. Dr. Janet Teng stands firm. Given the situation, she looks remarkably well composed. She waits calmly as you approach, her shoulders held rigid and her arms crossed across over her chest. Her two associates shove her awkwardly behind her, their hands shaking. They both look terrified.
I told you not to come in. You shouldn't be in here.
Her tone is firm, but there's a slight tremor in her voice.
Listen to me. You've made a horrible mistake. One wrong move and you'll release God knows what into the room.
If you work with me instead of against me, we can all leave in one piece. She raises her hands in a calming gesture.
I understand, and we're willing to cooperate with you to move things along faster. We all want to get out of here alive. So, this is me cooperating. You tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. No more arguments.
Tell me about the super disease that you're cooking up in here. It has a cure, right? The doctor blinks at you. Her voice goes cold.
You're talking about pathogen GT009, SARS-3.
That's the one. Tell me about it.
I can't. I'm sorry, but all information on GT0...
She cuts herself off.
I mean, SARS-3 is classified, and for good reason. It's one of the worst things we've ever produced in this lab. We can't let you...
Her eyes fly open.
You're not here to take GT009, are you? Please tell me that isn't what you're here to do.
Remember what we agreed on. Help me and no one gets hurt. Don't go back on that. Yeah. Don't go back on that now. She glances at her associates, both cowering behind her and shaking violently. You can hear one of them murmuring something in a language unknown to you. From the cadence of the words, you'd guess that it's a prayer. Hey, Nubasaur, not a problem at all. It's really nice to have you in here. As I always like to say, I kind of understand that people like to sometimes just sit and listen. It's my job to kind of bring the entertainment. It's nice to have people say hi just because I like to react. I like to, give a personalized greeting. But anybody who just wants to sit down and listen is fine by me. A viewer's a viewer. Well, Nubasaur, you can probably tell your wife that you get very self-conscious doing it. It's sometimes, I find it hard anyway. She exhales slowly through her rebreather.
All right, I'll tell you everything I know. SARS-3 is a Category 4 lethal pathogen. It's 99.98% fatal, excruciatingly painful, and it kills within a matter of weeks. As of right now, the only cure is a prototype antibody treatment, and we're still working on fine-tuning it. In case you haven't been paying attention, I'm going to say this one more time. SARS-3 is terrible. It is easily the cruelest, most infectious, and most lethal thing that has come out of this lab. It cannot be allowed out into the wild.
I want to know more about how SARS-3 kills.
The disease works by replicating the identifying features of white blood cells. It tricks the immune system into ignoring it, and then self-replicates at an exponential rate. During this early phase, while it's colonizing the body, a patient doesn't experience any overt symptoms, just mild temperature and an elevated white cell count. That's all.
I Hustle Pancakes. This is Shadowrun Hong Kong Extended Edition. Specifically what we're playing is the sort of the epilogue to the game. Now this is available. Anybody who buys the game will get this content. But basically there's the main story, which is sort of required to play. It's about you going to help your foster father and uncovering kind of this terrible legacy that he had, something that you need to help him fix. And this takes place a few weeks after the events of the main game, where you're kidnapped and you sort of have to work for your freedom, I suppose, for lack of a better term. What we're doing for this is one of the side missions, and we were sort of originally hired for somebody who was sick, and we needed to basically we need to get the cure for this thing. Although obviously we've now encountered this lab and we're finding out exactly the nature of the disease. She pauses.
Are you sure you want me to go on? It's pretty gruesome.
I didn't tell you to stop.
All right. Okay. Here we go. Once the virus has thoroughly colonized the host, it begins a devastating attack on the body. It rapidly infects epithelial cells, inserting its own RNA at such a tremendous rate that the cell membranes rupture, spewing cytoplasm and virons into surrounding cells. By the time the attack has begun, the damage dealt is almost immediately irreversible.
What kind of damage are you talking about? What does this thing actually do to people?
The virus induces a hypersensitivity reaction in its host. Lungs fill with mucus and sputum, leading to hypoxia. Victims drown in their own fluids.
So I Hustle Pancakes, we're probably at the end of this particular run, so you may not get to see the combat, but the simplest form that I tell you. So the game in its basic form plays like a CRPG. So you just click around. It's an isometric view. You interact with the environment. Very story driven. So obviously one thing that appeals to me about this game is the ability to read the dialogue. As a camless caster, having stuff to talk about is always good for me. Once you get to the combat, it's a little bit more like XCOM. It's turn-based, cover is important, and because it's an RPG, though, how you decide to solve your problems in combat really, or even outside of combat, really comes down to it. So you'll see the fellow to the left of my character with the white hair, or gray hair, that's named Ractor, so he's a rigger. In this case, he's going to be controlling a drone. And either I can use the drone in combat or I can use it to access certain areas of levels that I wouldn't be able to otherwise. The dwarf behind him is named Isabel, and in her case she is a Decker. Now a Decker can go into the Matrix, and in this game in particular, they actually revamped the Matrix experience. So if you play the earlier games in the series, either Shadowrun Returns or Shadowrun Dragonfall, both of them very good games. It's a little bit like a different environment and the combat's more or less the same. In Shadowrun Hong Kong, Harebrained Schemes did a Kickstarter to basically say it's like, we're going to make the game no matter what, but this Kickstarter is to kind of put in those extra features that we can't afford with our current budget. And one of the things that the backers paid for, and I know Rogue Usagi we actually saw in the credits, and I also was a member of the Kickstarter as well, one of the things that was paid for was an improved sort of Matrix combat system, which I think is probably one of the best additions that they made for this game. So in this case here, it's a little more complicated to talk about. Originally, I was just going to say it's like, Pillars of Eternity or Baldur's Gate when you're not in combat, and like XCOM when you are in combat. But it's become a little bit more complicated just because they've been building up on it since the first game. So there's 3 of them now. But definitely the story is a big part of this too. So
We spent a long time developing GT0009. The secret was hybridizing the standard SARS coronavirus with a third strain of virally induced toxic allergy syndrome, Vitus 3. That's why standard treatments won't work.
Oh, fair enough, Nubasaur. Sounds terrible, but I guess it's probably effective.
Yeah, well, don't want to be an I told you so, but
She shrugs.
it's a bioweapon. They don't have much deterrent value if they aren't horrible.
She sighs, her eyelids heavy.
Anyway, there you have it. SARS-3. My baby. I'm not exactly proud of having made it.
Tell me about the cure. How do we fix somebody who's been exposed?
We developed a strain of monoclonal antibodies in tandem with the disease. It isn't perfect, but it works. That's the only cure.
I was attacked by some test subjects of yours on my way here. Care to tell me anything about that?
Ah. I suppose that there's no withholding information at this point, is there?
You know what'll happen if you withhold information from me. You can see the doctor's cheeks pull downward as she frowns beneath her mask. She nods her head somberly. The 2 researchers behind the doctor mimic her gesture, their heads bobbing up and down like a couple of pigeons.
They're part of a study project called Project Silver Dream. Each subject has been implemented with a prototype BTL chip. The goal of the project is to create a perfect switch for sleeper agents and spies, one that can remain undetected by current scanning and identification technology. As of right now, the project is still in early testing. Our subjects are more often used as testbeds for new cyberware, while the Silver Dream BTL chip is being refined. A necessary adaptation, considering that our field experiments have only achieved partial successes thus far. Unfortunately, we haven't always been able to maintain complete control over the test subjects. The Silver Dream team is still working on that. Your run-in with the test subjects wasn't an accident. I'm sure you'd figured that out already. It was a hasty decision on my end. You already know why I did it. They were the only thing standing between you and my lab, and I was trying to avoid a containment breach. I stand by that decision for what it's worth.
Interesting. What can you tell me about the system that they're hooked into?
The program runs on a delicate framework. Casual tinkering with the system could be dangerous, not just for our machines, but for the subjects as well. If you really want to disconnect the test subjects, there's a particular order that you need to do it in. First, you need to disconnect the matrix interlocks. Then you need to initiate a supervised override of the SimSense feeds. Trying to do anything with the subjects without observing the proper procedures would be disastrous. If I were to try it myself without help and proper permissions, I'd probably flub it. That would in turn trigger the station's matrix defenses, which would only make a bad situation worse. If you want to do anything to those test subjects, knock yourself out, but don't expect me to help. I know when I'm in over my head.
What about this facility? Can it really keep your project safely inside? I want details.
Well, nothing's ever completely foolproof, but any project as sensitive as ours requires very careful controls and a strict adherence to procedure. Shiawase is very strict about safety, for obvious reasons.
She begins ticking off items on her fingers.
Reducing the number of potential exposures is one way that we've prepared for an outbreak scenario. We run on a skeleton crew, maybe 200 workers at most. As you can imagine, living down here for long periods can be difficult, and people rarely acclimate enough to last more than a couple of months. To prevent our projects from suffering, Shiawase cycles its employees out every 14 weeks. There are no break days while working in the underwater cycle, but we're generally compensated during our off months. Still, people find a way to get bored, so we try not to keep anyone on staff that we don't need. Most of our security and menial labor is handled by drones. We still have a few flesh and blood security personnel. I think that Commander Gara has been down here longer than anybody, but mostly it's all drones for the blue-collar work.
The doctor gives you a sideways look.
This can't be why you broke into my lab. I guess that I can understand how you might be curious about an underwater laboratory, but I don't know that much really, only what I've told you.
Could any of the Silver Dream test subjects have been infected with SARS-3?
No way. There isn't a researcher on this station who would do such.
She stops, as if stricken by thought.
Wait, Dr. Nye came to me a couple months ago asking for a SARS-3 sample. I didn't think it was unusual at the time. All of us in Gamma 4 need the occasional sample for further studies, but...
But what?
As far as I know, I never recovered his report on that sample, or never received his report on that sample. The sample itself was never returned either. The way our system works, it's impossible to take or return samples without our computers logging the transaction, which means he either still has it, or used it somehow.
The last of the color drains from Tang's face.
His numbers were slipping too. When we contacted by the board not long before, he requested that sample. But I can't imagine he'd be desperate enough to use it in such a risky and uncontrolled environment and on such a valuable subject. I have to concede it's a possibility, though.
Okay, so I'm going to ask her the same question again. Cough. You know, those test subjects looked a little pale. Maybe even sick. Do you think... The doctor instinctively rises her hands to cover her mouth and nose.
You can't be serious. If they were infected, then...
Her eyes dart back and forth as she runs through the variables in her head.
No, you should be fine. It takes more exposure than a shared space. If you had prolonged exposure, maybe. But no. The risk is 1 in a million. You're fine.
I've heard enough. Now there's just the matter of what to do with you and your team. She raises her arms, palms towards you. She's sweating.
Wait! Just wait! Before you do anything, please listen. We aren't bad people. We're scientists who were assigned to a dreadful task and who did what they had to do to keep their jobs. That kind of thing happens to everybody. I'll bet that's even happened to you once or twice. Please don't hold our professionalism against us. Let us go, and maybe we can do some good out there. We'll find a different corporation to work for, or better projects to pursue. Don't kill us.
I'm not like you, Doc. I don't kill unless I have to, and I don't make excuses for myself when I do. Now take your men and get out of here. Janet's head jolts up in surprise. Her associates look at each other, as if expecting you to change your mind, or may be convinced that your words are a trick. She takes a step forward. Her voice stutters.
I don't know what to say. I didn't think you'd... Thank you for sparing us. I won't forget this.
Isabel watches the door close behind the researchers. She addresses you, eyes still on the door. I'd like to remind you that we still have a sterilization countdown in progress. Silver Dream subjects that are back, and a potential disease outbreak in this facility. What's our next move? I'd like nothing more than to book it back to the sub bay, but we've got a job to finish. We're in a germ lab, right? So the SARS-3 cure should be in here somewhere. The flashing light of a nearby console catches your eye. With a static click, the handful of monitors mounted around the lab's display an unfamiliar face. Attention staff, this is Commander Gara. I've ordered a red-level security lockdown due to a facility intrusion. All personnel should drop whatever they're doing and report to their safe rooms in Sector 9 immediately. This security breach has triggered an automated sterilization sweep. In 30 minutes' time, a squadron of drones will deoxygenate the premises to prevent escape of any loose pathogens. If you haven't reported to Sector 9 by that time, you're done. You will not survive the sweep. A siren blares over the intercoms as the lab's monitors replace Commander Gara's hard features with a countdown timer. Moments later, a computer-generated voice activates. Matrix system wipe initiated. Sterilization system on standby. All personnel report to Sector 9. Well, they couldn't spell it out any clearer than that. If we stay, we die. The Nemazud sector commanders will no doubt have localized overrides for the trams. We'll need to eliminate them to escape. Let's not die, but what about those test subjects? They didn't choose their fate. Chiyawasi made the decision for them. So should we lock them up or set them free? Your call, 71. Once the Matrix lockdown is in place, we'll lose the opportunity to do anything regarding the test subjects. Every computer down here will be encrypted to hell and back. If you want to intervene on the test subjects' behalf, you either set them free or lock them away for safekeeping. We'll need to do it before that timer is up. Oh wow, this is going to be tough. Okay, so I hustle pancakes. If you're still around here, you get to see what the combat's like. I have a feeling this is going to be a pretty tough encounter, actually. So if I only have 5 rounds... Okay, let's see what Gobbet can do first. Okay, we've got a dragon line, so that's good. I'm actually going to take Isabel and get her to the terminal if I can. There's no cover, unfortunately, so I just kind of need to run. I might even use Kashai to run some interference there. I think Raktor's up next. So at least throw him behind some cover. Let's overclock Kashai like we normally do. And I think we'll just get him to... Actually, you know what? This is probably a time to start using grenades. Ah, but he doesn't have enough movement points. Never mind. Okay, so we'll do an aim strike, and I think the drone's the best call, actually. Alright, so 71. At this point, I'm actually tempted to just stand out in the open. I hate doing this, but I think it's actually better that I do think it's better that I do a little bit of AP. Well, no, actually, I need to take some figures out, so let's blow away the captain. Wait. Oh my god, I didn't... I overcharged Okay, we're screwed. I overcharged Kashai, but it didn't activate him. This is gonna be really bad. The good news, though, is that Isabel can get into the Matrix, so... Okay. Gobbet's out, which is unfortunate. We actually really needed her this round. 71 only has one move, so... Let's find the weakest. There is no weakest. Okay, so we'll... I think we'll go for the assassin in this case. We'll take Ractor. His only move can be to control. And looks like, yeah, so Kashai doesn't have any of the advantages. I think we'll just do our thing. It sucks. Alright, let's get Isabel into the Matrix. Yikes. This is definitely going to be a really tough round. So with the new Matrix, oh my god. And I don't have, oh no, I do have the program, okay. Okay, so for some reason the line of sight is blocked, but it could see. So what you want to do is you actually want to avoid those patterns, and I think we're done on this run. At least we got the crit we needed. Alright, so let's start with Gobbet. I could try healing, but I'm actually going to take the Primeval. And let's flush somebody out. Actually, there's nobody to flush out, so let's, we'll go for the one with the highest chance of hitting. Alright. Yeah, honestly, I think at this point we drop as much damage as we can on these guys. What do I do with the Ractor? He's definitely gonna get killed if he stays out in the open too much longer. Wait, why isn't Kashai... Oh, Kashai's unbalanced. Okay. So I think the better thing right now actually is for me to try and... yeah. Put people to sleep with this first. Yeah, Raptor's done. So that's unfortunately actually 2 characters I think that we lose. God, that's a lot of things. I think I kind of need to deal with this though. Not good. Let's do the Tar Blaster. It's mostly just to keep that locked in place. Alright, so I think this is why I'm gonna try and do what I can with my existing ammo. This is why I bring multiple weapons. Let's drop a full auto on the mage. Alright. I think we go for drones next. So, flush it out. So I also need to start thinking about the system trace, but at the moment I think I'm just going to keep knocking down these, at least one of these enemies, and then I can consider improving that. Oh boy. Alright, so all of my main combatants are actually out of action, so let's do a single... Alright, that's what we needed. Do a fully auto on this. And I'll do the Deadeye on the remaining drone. Alright, so we're locked out of the lab. We can't do any of the other... I'd kind of be interested in restarting this combat, actually, to see if I can... Yeah, you know what? Doesn't really say where it autosaved though. Let's go for it. If I have to redo dialogue or something like that, then I'll just kind of blast through it, but this is looking like, well, no, that would be the same intro no matter where I spawn in the level, so yes. That's correct, Rogisagi. I mean, I call him a street samurai just because he's got a lot of modifications. I know street samurai traditionally have melee capability as well. This guy is a little bit more of a rifleman with heavy augmentations, but I don't know if the distinction is all that important. Yeah, so this looks... Oh, it's not exactly the start. It's close. I definitely won't be doing all the dialogue though, so... I'm just gonna try and disconnect the matrix interlocks, and then initiate supervised override. Alright, same story as last time, just hopefully it won't be as clowny as what happened last time. Okay, so first thing as always, we move Isabel to the terminal or as close as we can get her to it. Actually, I'm kind of curious, so I'm going to get Ractor to do his usual thing. In this case, I'm thinking I'm going to get him to take the research terminal. Obviously, we'll move him cover to cover, but... Now here I do actually need to move 71 to cover, and that's mainly actually to protect... Actually, you know what? I can get to the lab computer from here, so let's see what happens when I do that. Okay, nice. So not great for my cover, but it does separate me from Gobbet, which is good. So let's guess we'll take out the Grenadier. Yikes! Not good for me. That's better for me. So originally I was going to use Kashai on the mage and such, but yeah, I think I'm still going to do that though. Holy crap. So that was just a bunch of wasted damage. So again, I'm not at all worried about the spirit. In this case, I'm able to steal control of it. And as a bonus, they're all clustered up, so that means I get to use my poison fog. Ah, but she missed. Okay. I'm gonna move Raptor closer to the research terminal. I got a couple decisions I need to make in terms of the rest of this crew. I think I'm actually gonna start by trying to take out the Grenadier. Still not enough to finish him off, though. So we waste the rest of the clip. I'm going to start with an easy attack on the Conjurer. That's mostly just to put him to sleep. Then we're going to hit the Captain. And finally we move in sort of for the kill. Alright. Kashai, I think is just going to keep doing his thing. Oh yeah, but this thing regenerates at a ridiculous rate, so I think I need to use the full capacity on that one. So let's just get Isabel running to that terminal. Now I need to get a lot smarter. I think I don't have any kind of timing penalties if I'm not detected. So I need to be a little more careful about how I interact in there. I think overall, though, we're doing fairly decent in terms of our performance. So I am, however, going to watch the pattern on this. So there's really no credible way for me to get through here. I mean, I can try and edge it out. Well, okay, never say never. So there's a blind spot right here. And I can move up all along that and go to the left. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I'm screwed. Yep. That's the last thing I needed. In fact, I'm just going to beeline it to the next room. So these aren't really the hardest patterns in the world. You just need to get a little luckier, or not lucky, you just need to be a little smarter on the timing. So once this thing starts moving away, then I'm back on track. Okay, so I gotta move quick. Made it. Alright, time to play Simon Says, friends. let's do 35. This was a bad call. Made it still. Accessing the master drone control node, you quickly disable the facility's drone network. The system hiccups a few times and then launches a reboot process. A series of status messages pop up. Apparently you haven't deactivated one segment of the just deactivated one segment of the drone network. You've sent every drone in the facility into standby mode. You shouldn't have to deal with any drone-based opposition from here on out. Nice. Alright, so let's make sure I don't trigger anything on my way out. Although I'm probably gonna have to go up against these hombres again. Oh, nope, I'm okay. So let me try and be smarter in how I handle this. Oh, I went too soon. Or too late, rather. I think I can make it. Yep. Alright, the real question here is if I want to engage or not. I think this is still a good call. Hey, Jesse Quill. We got, okay, I'm not going to take 100% of the blame on what what happened on the last round. There were a couple of things that were pretty screwy, though. There were a couple of blunders that just wound up sort of stacking a bunch of problems on top of each other. Now I just need to really quickly do a hack. I think I can do this in 3 turns. It's going to take a little bit of effort, but... Okay. So first thing we're going to do is hit this with a tar ball. Tar blaster, rather. Nice. And I want to take down the weak one first. Hopefully I missed. Okay, so we took out the drones, which is good. I think what I'm going to do here is... Actually, no, we're going to use the beast from another dimension first. I don't think this is going to bounce. No. But at least it's enough to cause a little bit of trouble. Alright, now he's disabled, but I'm going to make the most of it. You know what? Let's get our money's worth. Two for the price of one. Override the SimSense feeds. Are you sure you want to override the SimSense feeds? This may cause erratic connectivity issues to subjects inside the matrix. Press the Y key. And of course it's Raptor that's making that decision. SimSense feeds overwritten. Welcome, Dr. Tang. Please select from the following options. Override the SimSense feeds and disconnect the Silver Dream test subjects. Lock down Silver Dream pods. Nope. Disconnecting the subjects may result in premature termination of program Silver Dream. That's the plan. The terminal's phrasing seems familiar. This must be what Dr. Tang was talking about. The program command that will release the lab's test subjects. Tang put a lot of emphasis on the dangerous fallout of this procedure. Word from the bottom of the window stands out from the rest in bolded red font. Proceed? Yes. Processing. Subjects disconnected. Alright, so now we just need to get the cure. I think at this point I'm still going to get Raptor to be my errand boy, so I'm going to move him to get the safe next. I do need to make a decision what I want to do about Gobbet, but in this case I'm actually going to... First I'm going to get Kashai to do some more work on the assassin. Come on, Kashai, you can do it. There we go. Okay, so really we just need to take out the Conjurer at this point. So probably I should be focusing Gobbet on damage, and there's not a whole lot really for me to do at this point for her. I think we just do an aim burst and hope for the best. I could theoretically also get her to move and try and get the cure, but I don't think that's the best use of this move at the moment. Nope. Alright, not exactly what I wanted, but I don't think he'll be too much of a trouble. Okay, so in this case I actually just want to use a normal attack on this. Ah, that sucks. Right. So I was hoping was I could hit that with an erosion. Oh. I gotta do better. I can't really move this round. I think I am going to do that this turn, though. I'm going to move right to the edge. And just take a pot shot from the flanks. Not good. Okay, so I gotta make sure that I move again. Alright, Gobbet again is useful in this case, so we flush him out first. Bad luck. Alright. Actually, that was dumb of me because I could potentially use the spirit. I think we lost control. Alright, well, there's no two ways about it. Gobbet can steal this next round. So I think I'm just gonna go open the door. And Raptor can move towards the safe. Can't actually open it though. Well, I could get out of control mode, I suppose. You know what? Kasha, I think you need to go toe-to-toe with the Primeval. And how are you feeling, Jesse Quill? I know you were feeling a little bit sleepy. Okay, so I gotta make this round count. So I am gonna go to the corner. See, I just can't afford to have that happen. This thing is basically immune. Still in a spot I can't really hit it. And I'm not getting a break on these. Can at least do a... You know, a Tar Blaster was actually probably a bad idea in that case because... see, I really wish I knew that, so I'm gonna get kicked out of this thing. Oh, maybe not. I got very, very lucky. Okay, 1 minute should be enough. This is looking tempting. Okay, good. Disengage the locks on the hot lab safe. Oh, that's good actually, because I didn't know I had to do that. That will probably make Raptor's job a little bit easier. Run, Isabel. Run for your life. I think I can actually just afford to fully eject, but... And I may have to, because I'm really bad at this. Okay, actually, we'll just follow the path. Ah, you suck! Alright. Got the SARS antibodies. Lab safe is unlocked. Seems the matrix was the key to opening it. Rows of chilled vials sit on racks in the safe's refrigerated interior. Ractor reaches in, finds the appropriate vial, and pockets it. Oh my god. No, this is the last person I want to have access. The last person I want to be working with this thing is Ractor. Alright, you know what? This is going to be a lot easier than fighting. Steal it. Can I just unsummon it? RNGesus is not in my favor, it looks like. Oh, or do I control this? It looks like I do. So now we escape. Kashai, you run ahead. Tell us what's dangerous. I could have used the rounds to reload, I suppose, but you know what? Let's just get everybody out of here. Alright. That was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. That was actually a really fun little encounter. And it's not allowing me to save, so hopefully it lets me do an autosave. Hopefully the subjects don't attack me. A sharp melange of smoke, explosives, and ozone buffets your senses. You hear someone calling to you from the pod room. A disheveled brown-haired elf is crouched just inside the door. His bloodied face turns to you as you shout above the din of gunfire and screams.
Take cover!
It's actually really neat that they start that combat off screen. So it looks like the test subjects are not hostile to me. Not all of them, at least. Can't get her to the dragon line, so as is tradition. Buff 71 and get to cover. There is no cover, so I'm going to have to figure out what to do with her later. I'm not actually going to activate Kashai on this round. I'm going to use Ractor as a scout instead. And I think in this case I'm going to get Isabel set up. Yeah, so I think in this case we're going to set everybody up in Overwatch or... as far as 71... Everybody's sort of clustered up here now, so in this case I think I'm actually just going to run him across the room and see if I can find what's in that. Behind that door. Okay, so there's definitely an enemy. Oh, hi. I'm so gonna steal that. You know, I can probably check that door after the fight. Okay, Gobbet, get on that dragon line. Oh, but you can't steal the spirit. Alright, I'm okay with that. Now 71 winds up being the scout. Well, mage is in range, so I dropped the mage. Let's move Isabel up. At this point, I really just want to be scouting. I think again we set ourselves up for an Overwatch. Not entirely sure it's all that wise to have Raktor just run in to the other room, but I am going to get him to do what I wanted 71 to do. Open the door and see what's going on. Main reason here is Gobbet's going to be able to steal the spirit next round, so there's not a whole lot that it can do. Although I probably shouldn't... I mean, tactically it's not a good idea to split the team, but I don't have a lot to fear from these individual enemies. Sorry, Raptor. Well, Raktor survived, that's something, right? It looks like the spirit's gone. So hopefully Gobbet's heal... Actually, you know what, it's probably going to say not enough line of sight. Alright, well, you know what? I think I can afford... Ooh, minus 5 HP around. Yeah, I definitely need to be healing him. Only 3 HP though, huh? Well, here's what you're gonna do then, my friend. You're gonna go into control mode. And as much as I would love you to overcharge Kashai, you're gonna use that premium medkit you keep on you. I don't like Isabel taking point, but I'm really blind in this case. There we go. Alright, so I kind of wasted the medkit on Raktor in that case. And as it turns out, that this was a complete waste. I took a lot of damage I didn't need to. But I'll probably get my health kit back, because... Nope. There should be some goodies waiting for me in here. Don't really need a salve. Ooh, that's nice. So other than the fact that Gobbet is my favorite character, it's smart to give her the gold Bumona because she is the only other character that can heal, and she has a premium med kit as well as a healing spell, whereas everybody else would just be healing, and that means that there are 2 characters down. So the idea here is that if you have a character with a med kit, then a teammate goes down or is in danger of going down. You've lost that teammate because, again, you don't want to put them into too much risk or they're already bleeding out. And then you also lose the other teammate who's going to have to spend their turn healing. So what this means is that for 1 turn, half of your team is going to be otherwise occupied. And instead of removing damage dealing sources, they're going to be able to focus them down, because chances are your team, the people who get taken down are not going to be in convenient locations. There's probably not going to be cover for the person who's healing, so on and so forth. Whereas in the case of Gobbet, again, you are using her in terms of a healing ability. But the big thing here is that it's healing at range. It's the only time you really can do a heal that doesn't involve taking up the movement. So having something that'll bring her back if she gets dropped is a pretty good deal in my view. Plus, I like the character, so. The elf from before glances wildly about the chamber. When his gaze turns to you, you can see that his hair is matted with blood. The dark, wet spots on his clothes are likely more of the same. Shouldn't waste any time before spraying us with bullets. He raises his hand to his head and winces at the touch. Damn ricochets. His eyes scan the hall around you. Call me MFI. You know where the hell I am? I don't remember coming here. Last thing I recall, I was in Kowloon, about to cut a deal for some new ESPs, and then nothing. A smiling woman stands nearby and nods to you. Hey, same here. I was supposed to meet up with a Johnson to discuss a data steal job. Next thing I knew, I woke up in this place, inside this cold little room. So where are we, stranger? This is an underwater lab where Shiawase takes people for experimentation. The illegal kind. Damn it, I really got myself into a mess this time. He runs a hand through his hair. Sure explains all this new cyberware, though. I planned on buying some wear myself. Would have been nice to pick and choose my own upgrades, but hey, at least the stuff's free. Aye, us. What did we ever do to get singled out by Shiawase? I'm just a decker, man. Burned a few corp databases in my time, but nothing worthy of this kind of attention. Smiling woman almost leaps forward. Hey, me too. I'm mostly low profile. Name's Virginia Fizz. I was just in Hong Kong for work. I've never been here before this. Isn't this exciting? You're both sinless, right? That's probably why they took you. You wouldn't be missed. MFI clutches his fist in barely controlled anger. His words are curt. Makes sense, I guess. Snatch us off the streets and nobody's gonna come looking. We don't exist anyway. Bastards. Look on the bright side. They'll get what's coming to them. No way we're staying trapped down here. She looks in your direction, smile still wide. How are you getting out of here? We've got ourselves a ride, but cramped as it is, there's no way another person will fit. That's fine. If this is an underwater base, as you say, there's got to be more subs around. I'll take anything. I'll cut my way through Shiawase if I have to. All I know is I'm sure as hell not dying down here as some lab rat. Alright, Fizz, let's get out of here. Right behind you. And the silent ghoul elf just runs away. You hiss along the maglev tracks, the car's interior glowing faintly blue from distant sunlight filtering through the seawater. In the distance lies Captain Jomo, freedom, and an escape from this laboratory. The only sounds other than electrical humming is the occasional soft bump as the tram shifts tracks. Seattle? Gobbet presses her face against the windows of the tram, looking out at the sea beyond. We went right at that last fork. We're supposed to be going left. Why are we headed this way? I suspect that we've been rerouted by Shiawasi's security forces, looking to shunt us into an ambush. He works his diagnostic panel open with his fingers and peers inside. There's nothing to indicate an error in the routing system. The diagnostic screen says emergency override. Well, we could probably pull the emergency stop lever. It'd be mechanical, so it should be pretty easy to do. Then we could take them to take the maintenance door and get the drop on him, and engage him on our own terms. Alternatively, maybe we could rewire the car, get it back on the right course. I bet we'd encounter less resistance that way, but I don't know what kind of environment we'd be fighting in. Let's get Isabel hack the tram's control software. Isabel jacks into the tram, types furiously for a few moments, and then nods in satisfaction. There! The tram's control system now thinks that fires have broken out on half a dozen tram lines. Conveniently, the safest path for the tram to take is the one that puts us back on our original destination. I think we've already checked all this stuff. As you move through the lab, monitors all around you spring to life. Commander Gara scowls from the flickering screens, a look of severe irritation etched into the lines of his eyes. Your little romp through Shiawasi property has gone on long enough. Time's up, Shadowrunner. In the distance you can hear the thunderous clamor of jackbooted feet hammering on metal floors. Seconds later, a team of armed guards in Shiawasi uniforms burst into the room, their weapons held at the ready. You really pissed all over this complex, Runner. The commander spits onto the steel floor. Made an awful mess of everything that you've come across down here. It's a lot of money that you cost us. He smiles, revealing a set of crooked teeth. But now I finally got you. No way out but through me and mine. By the time I'm done with you, you'll look worse than those freakants in the cryo tanks. As much as I'd love to be heroic, get the hell out of my way. Not an option. See, I'm less afraid of you than I am of Shiawasi. Let's be honest, all that you can do is kill me. Shiawasi? Well, I shouldn't have to give examples, you've seen it for yourself. I'm gonna give you one chance to get out of this thing alive. Surrender and I promise that we won't kill you. I can't say what state you'll be in, but at least you won't be dead. Yes, he knows what the employer does to sinless people down here. He just threatened us with it.
How can you sleep at night knowing what your boss does here?
Sleep? I don't miss a wink. This is life. You do what you have to in order to survive. Am I any less of a mercenary than you are? He scoffs. Hell no, I just get paid better. This is your last chance. Throw down your weapons and we'll pry them from your dead hands. What'll it be? If your mouth is done flapping, I'd like to hurt you now. Gara barks out a harsh laugh. Well, come on then. Let's see what you've got. Always just one off from the dragon line. Alright. I've also got a spirit for backup if I need. I don't like how close all of these are to Gobbet, but it's the best I can do in the circumstances. I think I should prioritize Grenadiers though. Raktor, as usual, is going to overcharge Kashai and go into control mode. Anything extra I can do is just going to be protection. Let's throw him behind one of the cryo tanks, I think. Isabel... I think this is still prime grenade area, to be honest, but... Well, this is cover too. It's just, I don't like the problem with this cover is I'm just heading straight on to people who are already dodging behind cover, so it's not as good. Okay, so we've got Assassin, Mage, the Commander. Okay, so we don't have any Grenadiers. I think I'll pick them off at the edges, so Assassin first. I am a little tempted to go for the mage, except that the mage is probably just going to drop as soon as I fire on them. Nah, not enough range. Okay. So let's hit Gara with that. Alright, in this case... Yeah, I think I can finish the assassin. Oh my god! It's a really bad round. Yeah, not too surprising that it a grenade there. Alright. So, I think we'll summon a spirit. Gobbet still has movement, so what we'll do is we'll flush one of them out from... Okay, so what's 71 looking at? All of them are at partial cover, so not too bad. Let's flush out Gara again. And we're not going to do anything until... Yeah. I want at least the option to strip his armor. Ooh. So hopefully we can... Still not quite enough to take out the mage, unfortunately. But maybe Gobbet can finish him off with a machine gun? No. Alright, so a single shot from 71. And we put the rest in full auto into Gara. The ideal situation would have been to strip his armor if I could. But seeing as that wasn't an option, I'm just going to kind of pile on him. Ooh! Yeah, I don't think that second shot was necessary, Isabel, but good work. Okay. I don't expect Raptor to do much with these shots, but this is just kind of doing the chip damage I can before the round is done. Okay, more grenades. Can Gobbet flush? Yes. Bad luck. Fortunately, Kashai can do an armor rip and knock him out of position. And we won't bother reloading, we're just gonna keep plugging away. Jesus Christ, Isabel's brutal with this stuff. Alright, we've already done the terminals, so I think we just head on out. Unless there's something new here for us. Well, let's just take a quick look at one of them. Yeah, it's all the same.
Hello? This is Dr. Chen.
She hurriedly stammers out the words. There's a nervous edge to her voice.
Thank you again for letting me leave the lab, for letting me live. Unfortunately, we have a problem.
I don't like the sound of that.
Look, here's the deal. I don't know how many test subjects were infected with SARS-3, and it's possible that some of the subjects that you encountered were carriers. This isn't my fault, I swear. Dr. Nguyen never told me that he'd been testing the disease on the test subjects. It was being done behind my back. If the subjects were in fact infected, well, that would be bad. It would mean that when I released them from their cells, SARS-3 could have begun to circulate the facility. You could have been infected, and I...
She cuts herself off. When she continues, her voice sounds strained.
I can't risk letting that disease get loose again. Anybody leaving the facility needs to be treated with the antibodies you're carrying. No exceptions. Long story short, I need as much of that cure as you can give me. Whatever you don't need for your client and yourself, you've got to leave it for me.
You've got access to your lab. Why can't you just whip up another batch yourself?
After all that you did here today, my equipment was shot to hell. What's more, it'll take too long. People will start dropping dead long before I can clone off another batch. Look, I'll give you everything I have in the bank if you leave me all the vials that you don't need. Obviously, you can keep doses for yourself and your client. Hell, keep them for anybody else that you might be worried about too. There's enough to go around. All that I need for you to do is to leave whatever you don't need where you're standing. Do that, and I'll transfer the Nguyen from my account.
I'll do number 2. I may be willing to help you, but only if you help me first. Show me how to use the antidote, and I'll consider leaving what's left for you.
Alright, pay close attention.
The doctor describes in detail how to administer the antidote without tainting the solution. You promptly dose yourself according to her instructions.
Now that you've been treated, you'll leave the remaining antidote in the sub-bay? Please, do this for me. I know that I run a Shiawase lab. I've got money, believe it. Give me the vials that you don't need, and you'll be a very rich man.
Man, there's some brutal ones here. So, pocket a vial of the cure for your client and set down the rest. You've got yourself a deal. Keep all the vials for yourself. The risk is too great. You're on your own. Or pocket a vial of the cure for your client and break the remaining vials. No, it's called karma, and it's a bitch. You've got what's coming to you. But no, I will pocket a vial of the cure for your client and set down the rest. You got yourself a deal.
I'll have the Nguyen wired to you immediately.
She pauses.
Thank you. I mean that.
Maybe I don't appreciate how much a Nguyen is worth, but 850 doesn't sound like a whole lot. Jomo nods as you approach, his expression stern. Had enough kicking hornets already? My radio sounds like a whole nest of them is after you. Let's get out of here, Jomo. Jomo redlines the submersible's throttle as you rocket away from the Shiawase lab in record time. The Orc remains glued to the sonar and inertial guidance readouts, constantly scanning for pursuit. Thankfully, nobody seems to be on your tail. Soon enough, you're ascending towards the impound yard, far from the dangers of the germ warfare lab, back to the land of the dour police, a leaking boat, and an unfriendly city. Home sweet home. Alright. I guess first things first, we'll turn in the mission. I'm not going to open any of the other emails. I'll just get the payment first. Yeah, let's just take the worst biological weapon in the world and sell that on the internet. Why not? Post the SARS-3 sample that you recovered from the auction. So we got almost twice as much. I mean, I'm overstating it a little bit, but, you know, 1444. We got more, definitely, for the disease than... than the antidote. Claim payment for retrieving the cure. You submit the job as finished and await the response. A few moments later, a message pops onto the screen. Sergeant Lee to 71. Glad to hear the job's done. Payment is attached. Good work. Alright, so we should be looking okay for some of our upgrades. I think what I'll do first, I'll go I'll finish my cyberware, and then I'll get myself a fancy jacket, and then I'll maybe consider giving myself some cyber weapons. So I think dermal plating is the right call here. +2 armor, +1 body works for me. Actually, if I'm gonna do that, can I get away? Oh, can't quite get everything. Would have been smarter for me to max out my body first and then buy it, but
I would never want to.
Twisted Crow, thank you very much for that follow. I'm still buying it. Or let me just double check here. So I still think this is the best one. 2 armor, 1 body. The rest just gives me armor or activated. And I don't like, especially on this character, I don't like spending a turn to activate all this stuff, so I've still got a little essence left, so in theory for brains, I mean the best would be the encephalon next, but I don't really need it. Don't want to get a -2 intelligence. So either the cerebral booster or the trauma damper would be the only two that are really, or encephalon. Those are really the only ones I kind of have. You don't need it at all, but if you go below, then there's problems. So there really isn't a brain. Basically what this says is there's no brain upgrade for me, really. Cyber weapons. May do AP damage. The monofilament whip looks kind of cool, except that it doesn't scale with strength. So I guess the Yamatetsu Cyber Spur is the better option here. So +6 strength, 2 bleeding. May do AP. Okay, actually, so that looks like the hand razors might be something I like a little bit more. Yeah, so if I were to go for one, I think I would take the Yamatetsu hand razors. But I would need Cyberware Affinity 4 for that, so yeah, like this is basically just extravagance at this point, so we will confirm the upgrade. I'm going to get myself a fancy jacket. Oh, glad to hear it. You shouldn't be. I haven't forgotten about our deal. He kicks one of the Duraplast crates with the side of his foot. You want something from my special stock? You just say the word. I'll get you all set up. Let me see your special stock. Alright, so what can I not afford because I blew it all on... Okay, so for $48.50 I can get a Smart Lynx Ares HVAR. Cannot fire single shot or aimed shot, incorporates in it. Okay, so I lose some ability. And what damage do I gain for that? Okay, so my Ares Alpha is 16 damage, so why exactly do I want this weapon? Oh, because of its high capacity. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too impressed with this special stock. Tell me a little about yourself, Quartermaster. I don't really think there's much to say. Been on the force 20 years. Oh, we've already covered this. Armor. Alright, so if I want fancy armor, I need 2850. And then if I'm just going crazy, I'm looking at so 4,800. So it'd either be 6,800, or if I'm really nuts, then basically 10,000 new yen, so I can have decking for some reason. But that would obviously be just, you know, extravagance because I can get away with it. And I'll be honest too, I don't really see a lot of advantage to having this character use melee, but it's more so at this point, like in terms of my stats, I've specifically been avoiding quickness just because there really isn't the benefit anymore. Like, I don't get headshot. You know, I could theoretically move up to Rifle 9, which will increase my chance of a critical, but it's really hard to imagine me actually moving up to that. Wait a minute, didn't I get bonus body because of my cyberware? Surely that gets mentioned somewhere. Maybe it just doesn't count towards my character sheet. Oh yeah, there we go. So it gives me the bonus that way. Okay. So I don't have to spend extra. I don't have to spend extra essence for it, or extra karma for it. All right, guys. I was hoping to go a little bit later. Originally, the plan was to do the entirety of this epilogue, but it looks like they really went out of their way to make something special for this. So I think I'm going to call it for tonight. It's about almost 2 o'clock in the morning for me, and I'm already an hour over how I normally go, so I think that was a fairly good run of things. Shadowrun Hong Kong, ladies and gentlemen. This is something that I don't think gets done that much. So for those of you unfamiliar with the game, it's available through GOG. If the link looks a little strange, it's because I have my affiliate link at the back. You guys don't pay anything extra, but it is a way of tossing a little bit towards the cast if you are so inclined. Basically, what happened with this game was, in addition to the fact that they had its base release, which had a bunch of extra features due to the fact that backers put some money in and helped them, you know, sort of budget for the things that they wanted to do. I guess the best way to say it would be among the stretch goals, but basically they had some extra stories that they wanted to tell in this environment. And so with the extended edition, in addition to all the other bonuses that they gave, there is this extra episode, this epilogue to the game. And where I thought it was just going to be a very straightforward story that we would go through to sort of wrap up all the threads, it looks like it's built the way that these other Shadowrun adventures are, which is you go on a few little story-based runs. So this is a good, for those of you unfamiliar with this title, this is not a bad little formula of what the average experience is like, which is at the start of the game, you're going to go off on these runs, which are these little mini stories, right? We've got the character of Dr. Seng. We get to find out about a horrible underwater lab. It's something that you maybe wouldn't necessarily say is, you know, a full Like if that was the only, if that was the whole game, you'd maybe say, it's a little short for me. I don't know if it was worth it. But these little single runs are sort of self-contained stories on their own. It's a little bit like having part of an adventure in a full-on campaign. And then eventually you sort of hit this breaking point and the plot just kind of starts tumbling along. So in this case, we're going to have 2 more adventures like the one that we did, and then we'll head on to the main plot. So I would say, again, completely for free, if you own Shadowrun Hong Kong, you got this. And what basically happened, you just get a big, fat, extra story. On top of the fact that, of course, there's an active modding community, and so there's other workshop stories that you can get as well. So overall, I'm very satisfied with this purchase. I was a Kickstarter backer, and definitely found it worth it. So hope you guys like the game. In terms of an idea of what we'd be doing, as always, I want to try and give myself a cast on the weekend if I can. So keep an eye out for that. We might actually just do Shadowrun again because I'm really enjoying it. I did get in touch with somebody. There will be another CRPG that I wind up playing. So I'm not going to say what it is yet, but that will be coming up very soon. And then, as always, on Mondays we do Grand Strategy. Right now we're working through a Stellaris campaign. Probably about the furthest I've gotten in Stellaris, if I'm completely honest. But we're having a good time with that. And in between it all, I'll try and get back to Wolfenstein The New Order. But I think for the time being, Shadowrun Hong Kong is really good. And I actually think it sounds like not too many people have actually tried this epilogue, and I think that is a shame, because now that I know how much is in it, and especially because it gives me a chance to really max out my character, I'm really looking forward to putting the time in it. So, as always, guys, thank you very much for watching. I know I lost about half of you already, but for those of you who remain, it'd be great if we can stick around for a quick raid. Let me just see who's on. I've got Kilgore Trout playing Half-Life again. So as usual, raid message is, we're tired of system talk, heard this place was better. Kilgore Trout is a great fellow Canadian caster. He's affiliated with GOG. Just an outstanding guy. Really loves playing classic games and does them well. So I definitely think it would be worth checking out. As for me, guys, I'm gonna get some sleep. So have a good night, and we'll see you next time.